Hello everyone. Welcome to my third JavaScript game development stream. My name is Jared, aka Tyrannosaur. So today, doing stuff a little differently. If you were around for my first stream, you might know that the game that I'm currently working on here that you see on the screen, which I'm calling TraceRacer, kind of developing it somewhat open-ended. Like I'm trying to just make a simple game, trying to be simple, but trying to be something different that maybe, I'm not just trying to clone some other existing game that's out there. This is kind of my first official, more official kind of game that I'm working on. In that, I want to publish it, make it public. But at the same time, I'm not trying to make some smash hit or pour just a ton of time into it and really perfecting everything. But at the same time, this game was really, I really wanted it to be flexible for me to be able to try out different ideas, different things. Part of the engine I developed kind of in tandem with this was I was designing it originally to be very flexible. So if I decided one day to change something, it wouldn't be very difficult to change it. Like I wouldn't have boxed myself in the code. So that's actually one thing I'm thinking of right now today is I'd like to make a pretty significant gameplay change. Because as it's just playing here in front of me, you'll see it's just kind of generating these random levels every time. And we're letting the time run out. We got a 5-second timer, and then a new level, generates. And if we beat the level before the timer, it would jump. If I could play, there we beat it in 2.292 seconds or whatever. So then it generated the next level. I don't exactly like the feel of this format. Like this game is meant to be just kind of a skill-based game, like a simple skill-based game, just click and point and shoot kind of thing. You click and drag and then press the space bar. Getting a phone call. Get out of here. Okay. So I got derailed there now. So I'm not a big fan of just this quick round-based format for this kind of game. It's a skill-based game. I want it to just be kind of you get in the zone and you play for, you have kind of this intense clicking, dragging, and just trying to be accurate and fast. You maybe have that for a few minutes uninterrupted at a time. But with this round-based format, it's kind of like boom, 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 boom. It's cool. Like it feels good. If I can play, it feels pretty good. And when you get fast at it, it's fun. But I feel like, you beat that round and then you have this pause. And right now that's just a 1-second pause. I could change that to something, like 500 milliseconds. So half a second now in between rounds. So it would feel, a little more like, oh, I'm back in the game quicker. But at the same time, it's still like this break. Like, I think it would be a little more interesting to just kind of have something that kept going a little longer. So currently, there's bubbles on the screen. I mean, that would kind of imply that, there's bubbles on the screen right now that just get generated for every round, random positions. But having a continuous mode, obviously, there couldn't just be, we couldn't just fill all this space up with bubbles and then have, eventually you'd clear the screen. So the thing I'm thinking now is some bubbles will have to just appear over time, right? Like maybe this whole round, maybe we play a whole 3-minute game, a 3-minute match, and, bubbles just pop up every second or something, or some sort of time interval. So there's a new, bubbles pop up here and there and everywhere. And then your target, like we have here, this same kind of format would continue, I think, where we, you're just trying to hit the right color bubble next. So it would have to be something like that, but I'd like it to be a little more dynamic. And, maybe the next bubble that appears isn't the next bubble you're supposed to drag over, you're supposed to pop. Like maybe that bubble that appears is like, maybe the next bubble you're supposed to pop hasn't appeared yet. Like maybe you're kind of ahead of the game kind of thing. So it's even hard to explain exactly what I want, because I really don't quite know. But it's really hard to envision exactly what I want. And I realize this game is starting to maybe look kind of like OSU or OSU or whatever. I don't know how you say that game, but whatever that kind of, it's a musical game like Guitar Hero or whatever, where you're trying to hit basically a very similar kind of game where you're hitting these circles based on the beat, part of the music that's playing. So I'm not trying to copy that. In fact, I'm trying to get myself, like I said, this game's not supposed to be a copy of something, but I realize this is starting to turn more into something like that. And especially now where I'm saying I'd like to bubbles to appear over time. That's kind of how OSU works. But it's hard, like I said, it's hard to exactly envision what I want. So the quickest path, I think, for me to take is to maybe just have some bubbles pop up on a fixed time interval and just see how that feels. So just a bubble pops in like 1 second. They pop in 1 second apart. So there wouldn't really be a timer anymore, in the sense that if the timer expires, you're out. I think maybe the goal would be you're at risk of getting so far behind that you just can't play anymore. Kind of a Tetris style kind of, it just, the board fills up and you lose that way. Like you can't clear the board fast enough. I think that would be the idea. And this also, going with this approach now, it's kind of conflicting a little bit with how this works. So this game, you have to click and drag kind of continuously, right? So if you release your mouse cursor, you have to start over. So let me jump to the slower time here. Okay, so, if you crash, you have to start over. If you traverse over the wrong bubble, you have to start over. If you release the mouse, you have to start over. So you have to do everything just in one continuous drag. And I would like to keep that aspect of the game there. Because actually that was my original vision of the game a couple years ago when I first had this. It was different. It wasn't circles. It was like squares in a grid. And you just clicked and dragged over the squares in the order, same exact thing. There'd be the colors of the squares that you're supposed to drag over. And you would just click and drag. You wouldn't do a key press like I have right now, where you drag and then you press a key. So yeah, it's hard to think of exactly where I want to go with this. But I figure I like this format, but at the same time I just feel like it's not quite, I don't know, it's not quite interesting enough. And in my test stream, a friend of mine was in the chat with my test stream, and he was kind of mentioning something similar to this. And that was making me think a little more. And I actually had the idea of this more like continuously long running match, that runs a couple minutes and you're popping, hundreds of bubbles throughout just one game, versus this round-based kind of thing. This 5 bubbles, in just one round kind of thing. So that kind of got me thinking like, I should really try something like that. I'll try it now before I, you know, push this publicly. Because like I said, I'm not trying to make a smash hit game here. I'm just trying to make something that at least is somewhat entertaining for someone to try. And I like this, but it's just not quite the standard. I like I guess I like the gameplay of it, but not quite the organization of the gameplay, if that makes sense here. So this round format, just not a huge fan of. I mean, the round format is just an easier thing to conceptualize. So that's kind of why I ended up with that first, because it's like it's easy to just envision like, oh, there's five bubbles on the screen, different colors, and you have to just touch them in this order. You have to pop them in this order. Like that's easy to kind of say and define. You know, it's like, oh, you got 5 seconds to do it. Okay. Versus kind of a more continuous thing that's a little more, you know, I guess there's just more variables to it for sure. But I'd like to at least try a little bit, just see how it feels, see how it, you know, how it would play in some sort of format like that. Because it's just hard for me to even wrap my head around like how it would go, which makes it hard to like even think about where to start with it. But I feel like I just have to throw something down and try it and just see how it is, you know. And if I'm really playing around with it for too long and nothing's really working, I'll probably end up going back to the round kind of format, back to this format. But I'd like to at least give it a try, see if I can make it a little more interesting before I go kind of public with it. That is, make it available for general public to play on a website. And for now, I think I'm going to kind of table the competitive side of it. I'm just going to work on sort of the practice mode. The competitive side, I mean, should just be the same, probably the same thing. It's once again just kind of a race. You're just playing, you're racing head to head against one other player. You're not really interacting with the other player in any meaningful way other than you're just racing them side by side. So, yeah, without further ado then, I'm going to dive into it. I don't know what I'm diving into, but, well, the first thing I thought for now, I've created a new branch in my Git repository for this. And the thing I'm thinking right now is just making like this a separate, another game mode with another button up here. So if we quit, so I'll play practice, and then I'll have a third button here for this new game mode that I will start to work on. So I'll preserve all the code of all the existing game. I'm not going to go back and modify. I'm not going to go back and modify a bunch of stuff of the old code. But yeah, so I guess for right now, the first thing is let's just throw down a button. And I'm thinking right now, since this isn't a match in a round-based game, I think this will all just be one match. And I'm thinking of calling it a marathon for right now, because that was kind of the name I came up with a while ago. And I think I'll just use the name marathon to refer to this new game mode. Even though this might be the main game mode, there won't be like some multiple game modes at all. But I'm just going to refer to it as marathon. So I would like to at least just start us off with a marathon.js file. And then we split that. Okay. And let's just create a button for right now, just so I can have at least something. So that would be on the main menu. And we'll go new button wrapper, button title, marathon practice. I guess we'll just say that for right now, because this is just going to be the single player version here. an on click. This dot set elements hidden true. And event emitter dot emit. Marathon. Started. We'll just call it that for right now. And I actually, well, yeah, we'll start with that. There's a lot of stuff that's going to change significantly here. Yeah, I'm really just diving into this blind. Oh, yeah, we got to do our export default class marathon. Okay. Oh, yes, and this import entity from entity.js. And we're also going to need to import event emitter. Wait, is it called event emitter? Yeah. Oops, event emitter JS. Okay, because I assume this class will at some point end up emitting events. Extends entity. All right, nice. So we got something. We're probably gonna have a constructor. Maybe gonna have some params. I don't know. I need to take a bathroom break though. Sorry, I am definitely very hydrated. So we'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. I know you're thinking, man, what's with this guy Jared going to the bathroom every 2 seconds? Sorry. I drink a lot of water. All right, so we just created our new marathon class. And once again, well, I say once again, but I probably haven't said this yet. So the marathon is just a name for right now, and it would probably eventually replace the match name that we already have. Like if this mode really works out, you know, I'd go back and rename this match, but I'm just going with marathon for right now to just kind of have separate kind of namespace, for lack of a better word, just for this new, so I can preserve all the old code and just kind of pursue this new type of game mode. And, you know, I can go back and easily change the names for everything later. And, you know, I might as well just go with something for right now rather than spend a bunch of time trying to figure out, you know, maybe a better way or whatever to do it. All right. Sorry, getting distracted with stuff. Okay, so you need to really think about, you know, rather than just writing code arbitrarily, I really need to actually think about what I'm trying to achieve here. So the code we are going to need, so the play area code, this play area boundary, should be able to pull over directly from, you know, the same rules should apply. Oh, so another thing I was mentioning, or I was thinking of mentioning, was so I'd still like to keep this trail idea going. And if you release the mouse or hit the wrong bubble, you would kind of have a more of like a checkpoint system. So right, so let's say this full marathon mode, there's 100 bubbles. 100 bubbles actually in reality might be a little too short. It might be a little, I don't know, but we'll see. That's a variable we have to play around with. So so you'd have these bubbles generating, and every, like, well, let's just say right now every fifth bubble would be like a checkpoint. So if you mess up, you don't start all the way back at bubble 0 of 100. You know, you make it through 50 bubbles and then you mess up and you have to go all the way back to 0. It would be more like, you know, you have a checkpoint. You hit bubble 10, you pop bubble 10, and that's your checkpoint. So if you mess up, you go back to, you have to start over at bubble 11 or whatever, right? So 10 was a checkpoint bubble. So if you screw up, you know, between 10 and 20, then you'd only go back to having to do 11 again. So I don't remember why. Oh, right. So I was just saying, you know, I think that way we can keep the behavior and everything, the same code effectually of like this play area boundary and everything. It's going to fire the same events, and our marathon is going to listen to those same events, to the cursor drag stopped event. It's just going to handle that a little differently. You know, it's going to say, okay, the player now on a cursor drag stopped event, the player is just going to go back to that checkpoint bubble. You know, and their progress will go away and they have to start over. They'll go back to the, you know, most recent checkpoint bubble. So but yeah, once again, it's kind of like, you know, those are all variables that have to be played around with. You know, is like 5 bubbles good enough for checkpoints? Is 3? And it's depending on the speed and how many new bubbles are popping in. You know, maybe if there's a checkpoint of 5 and you get to the, you know, you're on bubble 4 and you screw up, you have to go back to bubble 1. Maybe is that too late already? Like too many bubbles would have appeared and you would lose, you know? So there might be like a skill, there might be some easy, medium, hard difficulty kind of settings as well that would go into this. But I think what I want to do just for right now is we start, you know, our marathon starts, and I think the marathon will just generate. It'll generate, actually, I might kind of borrow some of the code from the that I'm using already for like the round. Or because another thing we have to consider is generating random circles inside of a circle like this is actually kind of tricky because I don't want them to overlap at all. I don't want them to overlap, but that also makes it much harder because it's kind of just picking random positions inside a random point in here and then seeing if it can generate, you know, a bubble within the minimum radius or the maximum radius size for a bubble. Seeing if it can generate that without colliding with another bubble, having an overlap at all. And that's actually trickier than it seems to accomplish. So I'm trying to think of, you know, the best, like, do we allow overlapping? Because right now, like, there's not really any good way to handle the way the code is set up right now. If you have some overlapping, that would cause some problems with like the mouse detecting the collisions and everything. So I'd have to, you know, that would have to be something that would be added if we were going to start to allow overlapping. But it's also possible too that, you know, let's say this orange bubble was the next one you're supposed to pop, but like, you know, some other bubble that was bigger just happened to draw right, you know, generate position right over top of it, and you couldn't hit it at all. You couldn't hit the orange. You wouldn't even see it, you know, because there'd be a blue bubble on top of it. So that's another issue that has to be considered. So at some point, overlapping is going to have to be okay, and you're going to have to be like stuck. You know, you'd have to be able to like be overwhelmed by all the bubbles. But anyway, I can't really answer those questions yet. I'm going to have to kind of feel it out as I go. But like I was saying before, I think the best first thing to go with is just let's generate like a bubble a second or something like that. So there'd just be bubbles just generating, popping in as we play. So I'm going to start generating some configuration here just for our marathon. Oops. Oh. So we'll have some stuff like bubble count. Oops, this is an object, 100 for right now. So you know, like the whole marathon would just generate 100 bubbles. And maybe we'll have a bubble interval, which we'll call 1 second. And another thing too, so you can't really just have bubbles with this, you know, with the cursor dragging and like the ability to crash into the wrong bubble. You can't just have the bubble, a new bubble pop up instantly in the blink of an eye. Because let's say my cursor's here, let's say I'm about to finish my round, but a new bubble gets generated right underneath my cursor. That would break, you know, that would cause a cursor drag stopped event. So I'm thinking of actually like having like a little warning, like a just really short, you know, even something like half a second might be too long. Like having just maybe an outline showing you, okay, a new bubble's about to generate in here in in 2 seconds, in, you know, 250 milliseconds, get your cursor out of there. You know, so if you see that, you know, maybe it's just like an outline that starts, and then maybe, you know, something like that. You've got this really brief period of time where you have to get your cursor out. Otherwise, if you leave your cursor in after that warning kind of expires and the bubble appears, you're gonna have to start over. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like there could be a little warning, because it would still be nice to kind of just have. I like kind of the trail, although I don't want people. One of the other kind of design decisions I'm gonna have to make is I think the trail, intersecting your own trail, it's not like just apparent that you can do that. You know, kind of like Snake, where like if you hit your own tail, you die. So there might be just like a short little trail or something just as an effect on the cursor, after the cursor, to kind of just, you know, kind of show that that's there, but at the same time, I don't really want there to be, I don't want, like the visual thing of you drawing is kind of cool, but at the same time, I feel like that might be confusing. Like, am I able to cross over my trail or not? Like you are, that's fine. But I feel like it's just kind of an extra little gameplay effect that maybe doesn't necessarily make too much sense. So, yeah, so we want to have the bubbles appear with like a warning, you know, so there's going to have to be some sort of, you know, they're going to have to be generated. Well, okay. I should say, let's not worry about the collisions first, because that's actually what I did when I started developing this. Like, I didn't worry about collisions of the bubbles when they get their positions getting generated. Sorry, like the overlap of two bubbles. So I didn't really worry about that at first. I just generated all random bubble positions, and just to kind of get the ball rolling, just to like actually start doing something without, you know, just spending a bunch of time writing this algorithm to generate the bubble, you know, whatever. Just get something up on the screen that can play and go from there, right? And that kind of helps inform decisions down the road, you know, if you just get some little thing up on the screen. So I think for right now, I'm not going to worry about collisions. Like, I know I have to address that at some point, but I'm just going to go to kind of that easy, like, just let's start generating some bubbles, you know, on intervals. In fact, what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to, I think I'm just going to generate. So we have our, you know, our new config here, bubble count 100. So we'll make this, actually, let's make it just like 20 for right now. So we'll generate, when you start the marathon, the code will just generate 20 bubbles first. Just random bubbles, positions, overlaps, doesn't matter, doesn't care. It'll just generate 20. And then, so from there, then we can just start placing them. There'll be, you know, our time interval or whatever, like this bubble interval. So then there'll be a little timer that just loops every 1,000 milliseconds. We show a new bubble on, we throw a new bubble on the screen. I think that will be kind of our best course of action. And that was the most like clear thing for me to think of at the time. Like originally, actually, before I thought of doing this interval thing this morning. But before that, I thought of like it would be just random. Like bubbles would just kind of pop up sporadically, randomly in time. Like there wouldn't be this fixed like bubble appear, bubble appear, bubble appear. But this seemed like the most like just I could wrap my head around just having bubbles appear on a fixed interval, rather than like trying to think of, you know, like what would, you know, I have to would generate like some random range, time range or whatever that bubbles can get generated in. And, you know, that's something I don't need to worry about yet until I get to that point. And it's very possible I get to that point and yeah, bubbles will appear just in random times. But for right now, I just want to get something going. So yeah, so let's, what I'm going to do now is create actually, let's just copy. I'm going to copy the code. Yeah, so I have my bubble creator. Oh no, not bubble creator. That didn't end up getting used. Round creator, which is basically just a function. Hey, how did that get lowercase? Huh. Whatever. Oh yeah, we should have our new little button in here, right? Nope. What? Is there an error in here? Config.js not found. Did I like drag something somewhere? What is having that issue? I just wanted to test. Oh, config. What? Oh. Stupid auto import. That's VS Code for you. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, I didn't put a position for this yet. But okay, we've got our marathon practice button. Oh yeah, and then that auto hides. When you click, that auto hides the buttons. All right, so let's just fix that quick. So I'm doing 10 pixels to the left. So at top of, what are we doing? Plus 30. So is this 70 pixels now? And left is 10. Oh. Okay. Perfect. Oh yeah, and then these guys are covered up for right now. That's all right. I don't actually really need those anyway. I just left them on because it's too much work to remove them, right? All right, so we've got a button at least, right? Button that doesn't do anything. But yeah, right now, okay, so right now I'm gonna just copy my round creator class, just kind of as a static method for generating, so just call this marathon creator. Oop. And oops, create marathon. Because a lot of this stuff is going to stay the same. Like the play area and everything, I want to keep. Because the play area is our boundary, right? So I want this to be there. I want it to throw events in the same exact way. I don't really need to change anything about the behavior of this. So all of this can stay. Some of these bubble ones, these bubble variables here are for like generating random bubble positions and units and everything. Actually, before we get into this, let's do a little more setup code. Because I'd like to at least have that button start something generic or start something kind of empty. So we at least have something kind of there. So in application.js, we are going to, yeah, because like our application is kind of like the top level game or engine code, you know, engine object. So like the application has a match property, and then, you know, it listens for when those buttons get clicked and then starts a match. So we'll do this dot marathon equals null. Don't need to worry about that for right now. So when we have marathon started is one of our events. So marathon started, and our listener is going to set this dot marathon equal to, and then from in here we import our marathon creator from from marathon creator JS.js. So we got marathon creator. So then marathon creator dot create marathon. Wow, gotta love those names. Should just be create. But whatever, not gonna worry about it. Not gonna spend time on the minutia. So we have this dot marathon. So this creates this will call, because marathon's an entity, and every time you have an entity, you need to call init. And in this case, here we're just starting a new match from scratch from the constructor of match, and then calling init on that. But our create marathon will actually call init and set it here. Because in this case we are actually going to have a bunch of setup through this method that happens. So yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about the WebSocket stuff right now. That will obviously need to be addressed at some point, but that's for all of our competitive play. But yeah, I don't want to spend too much time working on that. So marathon started. Yeah, I think we'll leave that for right now. We'll start. We'll set up our method, and this will call init and just start running immediately. It'll generate the marathon and start running right out of the gate. All right, I'm back here. Okay. So this should be good enough to just actually create our marathon and get us started. So now we can come in here to our create marathon. Oh, so I'll mention this too. So our main, don't want a breakpoint. So we have our new button here that we added to the menu, main menu. Marathon practice, it's titled, and it will emit the marathon started event. And then the application is listening for marathon started. So when marathon started is fired, it will create a marathon, and through this method right here, static method here, it will start the marathon. It'll generate whatever we do and just start it right away, which is awesome. Now, we are going to have, so basically I can leave this play area code in our create marathon because I want that to be pretty much exactly the same way it was in our previous type of game mode. Some of this stuff for generating bubbles randomly, I'm trying to think if we want it. Let's just keep it in here for right now. So what do we do? Oh, so we've got some extra stuff here for the timers. This is for the round-based timers. I don't need that. So let's get rid of that. You know what? Instead of doing it this style, I'm just gonna kill all of this code here. Okay. And then I'm gonna just open up the round creator code to look at it side by side. Rather than like trying to pick and choose what I want and delete stuff, I'm just going to, okay. All right, that's good. So this colors and everything we want to keep because these colors are for the bubbles, the bubble colors. And this max bubble distance, I'll just keep in here for right now. These are just like constant variables that are local just to this marathon creator JS file. Okay, so unit scale we will keep. Because this gets generated based upon our this helps us. This ends up being like our multiplier for converting unit scale things down to pixel scale, actual pixels. Because our play area gets sized according to the height of the canvas, our canvas window, right? So its pixel size gets adjusted to that. So then that kind of generates first, and then helps generate this unit scale variable, which then gets used by like the bubbles for actually converting like their random units, the random unit positions down to actual pixel positions. So we will keep that for right now. So just do some commented kind of stuff. So we've got our play area. And I'll keep, so these config variables are referencing the round, which is kind of going away. It's referencing the round object, which we're not really gonna, theoretically I'm gonna be getting rid of this code after I do the marathon, but I'll leave these references for right now, and then when I have to go back and change them and get rid of this old config stuff, I can just move them at the time. Not going to spend a bunch of extra time just moving those things around. So generate bubbles. And you know what? Actually, I don't know we can generate all those bubbles and then just not initialize them, because we don't want to generate all the bubbles and initialize them. Like in the case of our code for the round, the old style round here, we would, when you call init on an entity, that sets it up to go right away. And a bubble is a drawable entity, which means it starts drawing to the canvas as soon as you call init. So like in our case with the old style round based gameplay, you generate these 5 bubble objects here, and then you'd initialize them so they'd start drawing immediately, which is fine. They'd start drawing this next frame, which is great. But we don't really want that. We don't want that with this one, because we want to generate bubbles, but then they're going to get shown later. Like right off the bat, there will be a bubble shown. A bubble will appear after 1 second, or maybe one bubble will immediately draw, and then a second later the second bubble will draw. But we don't want to generate 100 bubbles and initialize them and just like have them draw hidden or whatever. We don't want the canvas wrapper code that does all the drawing. We don't want that calling like 100 bubbles to draw, but they don't really need to be drawn yet. So we want their data to be there, but we would like to initialize them later, at a later state. Or we might have to create some new functionality to kind of accommodate for that. But I think we can just call the init every time we're going to set up the new bubble. So we can have our 100 bubbles ready to, all there, but then, they will init at the time they will init when it's time for them to draw on the screen. So okay, so we'll generate our bubbles, and then we will have a progress meter as well, because you need to know, your progress and what bubble you need to hit next. And I kind of have a new simple idea for the progress meter. As it exists in the current practice, there's five bubbles, and you have your progress meter for all 5 at a time. But what I'm thinking of for this new idea now, I think should be maybe just 3 at a time. I mean, that's just what comes to my head. It's just off the top of my head. It might be terrible. 3 might be too little, or it might be, it might be that we only need to show 1 target bubble at a time even. So I'm thinking initially we'll just have a three bubble a 3 bubble progress meter. And I'm thinking of also maybe changing it so that it's like it would be bottom up rather than top down as it kind of goes. Like as you play, you're going down the list there of bubbles until you get to the end. Right? But it might be, I was thinking of doing something where the current target one is like the biggest, then the next one is smaller, the second next one is smaller, and then the third one is the smallest. So that it kind of, and then the bubbles would kind of just shift to those next positions, right? So like the biggest one would just kind of be here, the second next one, and then the third one there. and then they just kind of shift positions to those bigger sizes. I think something like that might look kind of cooler. You're kind of killing two birds with one stone from a UI standpoint. But anyway, that's not important. That's something that we'll get to when we get to. All right, so yes, so then we'll generate the progress meter, and I think that's all we really need for right now. In fact, you know, I'll probably start generating the bubbles and just trying out that time interval thing before we even have any sort of progress meter kind of thing. And I'm going to take a bathroom break again. Sorry. Jeez. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I drink too much water. All right, so I think we can just dive right into the code to start generating the new, 100 bubbles or whatever, or 20. Right now we'll just do, I guess we're just going to do 20. And the trickier part, well, I think for the positions of them, I'm just going to pick completely random positions. So we'll get some overlap, because if you look at the little function here, kind of have my font scaled up here, but the code for generating each bubble, I think, happens in this for loop. Yeah, so config.round.bubble count. So this little for loop here that fits actually perfectly right there generates our bubbles. So there's a lot of like little checks and everything that, and there's another while loop in there and another for loop. So there's some complicated stuff that's happening. I mean, it's not complicated, but I don't want to have to generate something like this right now, which this does nice stuff where, exactly like this comment says right here, check if bubble position is too close to other bubble positions. So it's generating random bubble positions to ensure that they never overlap at all, right? Which that was actually also something I wanted to fix at some point, because in theory, you could generate, you know, hundreds of bubble positions that have just a little bit of overlap because it's just generating random numbers, you know. And you could try and fail a bunch of overlap, you know, and hit a bunch of overlaps before you finally generate enough bubbles. So there's a bunch of like failed attempts that the algorithm kind of hits as it's running through and trying to generate random bubble positions, because it's going to try one that fails and then try another one that fails. So one thing I was spending a bunch of time thinking about early on was like, okay, how can I generate a bunch of bubble positions without them failing? So I was like trying to figure out some crazy deterministic way to do it. And I ended up just saying, all right, screw it for now. I'd like to revisit it, but I can just have like an algorithm that generates some bubbles, and then, you know, there will be some wasted tries, you know, because maybe this blue one, when it was getting generated, it overlapped with this green one once, and then it overlapped with another one, you know, or whatever. So obviously when we're generating in this our new marathon mode, as we're generating, you know, now 20 bubbles for right now, I mean, but it might be 100 or it might be 200 or maybe 1,000, you know, at some point. Obviously, we're going to have a bunch of overlaps over time. So I might want to, I just don't want to think about that right now. I don't want to spend you know, I kind of want to have just something going, and then I can adjust it and tweak it as needed. So I don't even want to worry about overlaps happening right now. Like, it's okay. So to do that, then I am going to kind of need to look at my code a little bit over here for the round. So this is my old round creator code for kind of the gameplay that you see playing here. And then here is my new code for my new marathon game mode. So I'm more or less just going to be kind of looking at this code and copying and modifying things a little bit in this code. So yeah, I don't really know where I want to start. I guess, well, we want to generate all the bubbles. So we pretty much just want to have a for loop going over. Yeah, we basically want to just have for I is less than config.marathon.bubble count. Okay, so that's going to be our, oops. So our config.marathon.bubble count is just 20 for right now. But, you know, that might change. So we just want to generate 20 bubbles with random positions. So I'm going to use the code that's inside our current bubble class. I think will stay the same. So I'm just going to use it as it is. I'm just going to do we're going to need like a little array here. Const bubbles. And we are going to do bubbles.push new bubble, right? And then what do I, okay, so then we'll have this. Yes, okay. So we've got our array of bubbles that are that's going to be all those bubbles that are going to get passed to the marathon object at the end, which will actually be down here. Well, in instantiate marathon object, and then that'll get returned at the end. So I think I can take, actually I can probably just take most of this code, but without this check. So without this while loop that just checks if there's, so as long as there's a bubble that's too close to another one, then it does this, you know, it tries to generate a new position. So I can probably just ignore that for right now. Yeah, so it will just be a matter of taking some of this code like this. I'll have to kind of step through. Okay, yeah. Oops. Okay, so yeah, this is the core logic for generating the bubble position. And it picks a color. Okay, so the colors are going to have to be another thing that another thing I'll have to figure out how to get around. Because right now I just randomly kind of picked, well, not exactly randomly, but for the existing game mode, I just have 6 colors, an array of 6 different colors here. And that's kind of, you know, that's the colors you see here, right? Well, you see 5 of them, but then sometimes you'll see that 6th color. So those just get randomly picked for the round. Now the thing is, I don't want to have, you know, so now I'm generating like 20 bubbles. I'm generating a bunch of bubbles ahead of time. I don't want like 2 blue bubbles to occur right next to each other. That would be bad. Hang on one second here. All right, I'm back. Okay. So, oh yeah, I was talking about the color. Yeah, so I'm going to have to figure out, you know, we can't have 2 similar colors get generated right next to each other. So that would be, well, that would, you know, that would be indiscernible for the player to know which bubble they need to, you know, if you got 2 blue bubbles and they're supposed to pick blue next, you're supposed to hit the blue bubble next. Which blue bubble do they go with, right? So I'll need to figure out a way around that as well. But actually, maybe we just won't care about that right away. Like, just so we can at least get some bubbles generating on an interval. Like, that's what I want for right now. So for each bubble, I'm going to pick a color. We are going to well, actually, I can do that color right inside of this constructor or this object. Let me look at what I've got here. Okay, color, play. Oh, that's play area. Where's our bubble? New bubble. Okay. So we have an index. Oh, that'll be the same. Index I. So we're doing our for loop over our, you know, our max bubble count. We're just increasing that as we go. So the first bubble will be bubble 0 all the way up till bubble 19 in this case, 20 bubbles. So we've got ID, color, which I will, yeah, just to make it really simple for right now, we're going to just do I have this little helper function, randint. Can I access it? Yes. Okay, so max. So what do I have? Returns a random integer less than or equal to max int and greater than or equal to 0. Okay. So the rand int will just be bubbles. Oh, wait. Colors dot length minus 1. Yeah, this is just going to be a temporary little nasty thing. Yes, so basically we got our colors array here. So this rand int will generate a random integer. And we want that random integer to be at least equal to our length of our array minus 1. So then we'll get the index of that array. So if it picks 0 randomly, then you'll get this color. If it picks 3 randomly, then you'll get this color. And so on and so forth. And this will obviously could very well generate 2 side-by-side colors right next to each other, which we definitely don't want for the real game, for actual gameplay, but just for doing something for right now, let's just do this. So the size will be here, and that's what we need to, that's kind of the little more tricky thing. We need to actually generate a random size. Oh, sorry. There's size and position. Position's the one that's a little more tricky. But z index, that will be 0. So I'm basically just copying kind of what I've got right here. So actually, I'll keep, I think I can do, yeah, let's just keep this stuff here. So I've got a couple of variables. I've got a couple of variables up here that I will just copy over. Bubble max distance pix. Let me just look at what that is. Oh. Never mind here. Hi there, Captain Clown. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we need, yeah, so our code right in here. Okay, yeah, so that's the color code, the color generating code, whatever. Don't care about that right now. So here is the generate random bubble position stuff. So we want to do this, and we want to do just this. And that should be all we need. Now I'm going to just kind of step through it to make sure I understand exactly what's going on. So we have generate random bubble positions. So create a variable rand distance. So we do a random integer. And then this max bubble distance, which is the play area radius units minus the bubble radius units max. Okay, so that's just letting us, yeah, so the way this algorithm kind of works for generating circles inside of circles is actually kind of more annoying than it should be. It's more annoying than it whatever. Captain Clown, I'm learning C# and Unity. Nice. Nice, nice. Yes, I'm using JavaScript, which is kind of a lame language, but whatever. I'm kind of doing game dev, figuring it out, trying to go along my own adventures here, and yeah, just having fun along the way. So, all right. So the way this algorithm works is it generates, if I remember correctly here, where are we at? Right in here. Okay. So the ran distance variable that we start off with, it's a random integer. So that's the distance from the center of the play area. RGLA, what are you wearing while you record this? Well, I'll leave that up to the imagination. So, are you naked? Nice. Picture, it didn't happen. Nice. I'm in my basement. It's kind of cold. So, just as a, I mean, there is some skin showing, but anyway. Yeah, so the ran distance variable is first the distance that the new bubble that we're generating, right? So we're generating these random bubbles, and it's the distance from the center of the play area that we are generating, right? So we're just picking a random distance, right? So where is this bubble going to fall relative to the center of our play area, our bounding circle here, right? So that number has to be somewhere between well, yeah, I won't, how that gets exactly generated, it, you know, so that bubbles don't, it, you know, it does a little extra thing to make sure the bubbles don't get generated, you know, don't slightly overlap outside of the circle and whatever. So that's what our rand distance is. Then we have rand negative, which is just a 1 or a -1. A random 1 or -1. And rand x, so first we generate the x position. RGLA, I'm going to stop by one of these days. Yeah, do it for sure. I got to stop by your place one of these days. So the rand x is our random x position of where the bubble is going to be. So we generate that first before we generate our y position. So the random x has to be somewhere, you know, less than that random distance that we generate, you know, because if we were going to have, you know, it's got to be somewhere along here without getting too close to the edge, right? Either above or below the center of our play area. So that's the rand x. And then, so we generate the random x. We generate real pixel values for it. So that's where this kind of unit scale thing comes into play with the pixel value of our play area. Not super important for just understanding this algorithm. But then for a y position, it's a little different. So I have this just have this giant one-liner nasty math thing here. So we're doing some like Pythagorean theorem stuff. So the random distance that we generated, let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, so we generate a random distance, right? That we're going to be from the center of our play area. That's for the bubble, right? So the bubble has, first you generate that distance. Then you generate the x, which is somewhere less than or equal to that random distance. If it were to be equal to that distance, then you'd be along the x-axis perfectly here. And you'd have a y of 0, you know, right? But if you're somewhere between, if your distance from this circle, or if your distance from the center here is less than that random distance we generate, then our y-axis has to be something. Has to be something positive or negative. So we generate basically some Pythagorean theorem stuff, and then that random negative value comes into play again. So that tells us if our y is negative or positive, and then we convert it down to pixel position here. So basically it generates a distance, a random distance for each bubble. That bubble will be from the center of the play area, which would be like right here. Then it generates, the x value, its x position, where that is, and then that therefore deterministically tells you where the y position is going to be because of like Pythagorean theorem stuff. And then we just do that. We did that random negative or positive value, and that just gives us a negative y value or a positive y value. So if we're actually, this y goes up as we go down. So this green one would have gotten a positive y value. And then if it's up here, it would have had a negative y value. So that's kind of a nice little way to generate the positions. In theory, this should work right now. I don't think we'd have any issues with this. Captain Clown. Right now I'm just following a Brat Keys tutorial, but I have 3 types of games I would want to make: a platformer, roguelike, top-down shooter, and a fighting game. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm just getting my feet wet with something kind of very simple, just kind of a little skill-based game. Obviously just mouse, really basic mouse input. But yeah, I've got a couple other ideas that are kind of in the works, but I'm just focusing on one for right now. Okay, so so this math here should all work. And then I can, we generate our position. That should be it. And the size, I'm actually going to just copy this over from our existing code as well. Okay, so bubble max dist pix, where does that get used? Oh, okay. Well, we'll keep that in there for now. So this is for this variable here is the distance, the max distance you can have between 2 bubbles. So I don't care about that right now. I don't care if we have some so that's what allows these bubbles to get generated without overlapping each other. It can do that little check. But we don't care about that right now. I'm going to just generate a bunch of bubbles. They'll overlap, whatever. So theoretically, this should be fine. If we ran this code, we'd generate a bunch of stuff, a bunch of bubbles, and they'd all work. We don't want to initialize those bubbles right now because that would mean they'd start drawing right away, and we don't want to get them all set up and drawing immediately. So I'm going to jump back to our marathon code, that's our new game mode object here. And we need, we're going to have, we're going to have this dot play area. Oops. We are going to have this dot bubbles, which is going to be an array of our bubbles. And that's all we'll have for right now. And then init. Actually, we won't need an init, but on destruct, we'll need to get rid of this dot play area dot destruct. This, and importantly, super dot destruct. Okay. So I've explained in other streams. Whoops. Actually, these might get destructed another way. Since we're dealing with entities need to be destructed, they need to have this destruct method called on them to go away so that they stop listening to events and everything. In JavaScript, there's not really a way to destroy anything. You just have to make sure objects get garbage collected. You just have to make sure that I think you no longer have any references to them, and they will eventually get garbage collected. So we want to call, so when our marathon ends up getting, when the player quits the game or goes back to the main menu, this destruct will get called on the marathon, and we'll want to make sure that it calls destruct on, it needs to call destruct on itself there, but we'll destroy our play area and our bubbles. But I'm thinking the bubbles might actually get destroyed as the player pops them. So we'll see about that. That's why I'm leaving this little question mark here. I'll just make it a to-do just in case. Captain Clown, I think a platformer would be the easiest, and I'd like to do that first. I already have an idea. It's kind of like Fez, if you know that game, but in 2D. Yeah, Fez is 2D, right? But it's kind of doesn't it switch those weird, it kind of switches perspective. Like it's like you flip to a different, like the graphics are 2D. Maybe it's not actually a 2D game. It just kind of looks like that. But, Captain Clown also, but I assume you have to click the bubbles in order. What if the bubble overlaps the first bubble? You need to press and you can't. Yeah, you nailed it. Fez is 3D, but a 2D scene. Yeah, gotcha. That's kind of what I thought. Like I remember seeing a little bit of that where the whole world like flips. You flip axes or whatever. So your question there, Captain Clown. But I assume you have to click the bubbles in order. What if the bubble overlaps the first bubble? You need to press and you can't. You're exactly right. Like for example, the way it works right now. So maybe I think you probably hopped in the chat after I had explained this. So this is like the current way the game works right now. Whoops. So you just go through like kind of this round based play, right? Like a level gets generated. We get 5 bubbles. 5 bubbles on the side here. We have to click them in the order. We have to pop them in order that we see on the side, right? But what I'm doing right now is I'm doing a new kind of game mode for it, which I think is going to be better than this. I want to have a more continuous gameplay, a more continuous game. Instead of like this quick 5 pop bubbles, go to the next round. It's going to be more like bubbles are popping up over time as you play. So I'm kind of working out the details on that right now. And the overlap, I don't care about overlap right now. Like I just want to get some bubbles generating on screen for this new marathon game mode. Like I just want to have some bubbles appearing, and I don't really care about the overlap just yet. But I will address that. I will need to obviously address that. Sip of water here. Okay, so what was I saying? I want to actually test to make sure this stuff's working. So our marathon, okay. So we already have a button. We already have a button on the main menu here, marathon practice. So when you click that, it will create a marathon. I don't want to click it quite yet because I know there's stuff I haven't set up yet. So that will call, the marathon will start when you click the button. Marathon creator will create a marathon. And then our application will now have a marathon object set up. And our marathon is now, how do I do that for this? Okay, yeah, we just do these arguments like, okay, so there'll be a play area and there will be bubbles for right now. So that's all our marathon is going to care about right now. Oops. Bubbles. Okay. So now if we have to go to our creator and actually create our actually have to instantiate our new marathon. Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna do this first. Const marathon equals new marathon. And then we'll pass play area and bubbles. And then we're going to return marathon, but first we need to init marathon in between here. Okay, so we create our new marathon, pass the play area and bubbles, that should be it. So this should all theoretically work just fine. So what we'll do when we get our marathon here is I'll print it to the console in the browser here, this.marathon, so we can inspect it. So now, okay, our play area got generated and we hit an error, rand_int is not defined. Yeah, because I didn't import. Oh, actually, I think it's imported. I just didn't, I didn't destructure it. I guess we'll do that. We'll do it right there, I guess. Yeah. Reference error pose is not defined. Yes, because I know exactly what that is. I didn't. Now, where do I define that here? Pose. Whoops. Probably somewhere outside. Okay, so for each bubble, I generate a new pose. So you know what? Yeah, let me just add a let here. I don't want to deviate too far from the structure of this code because I'm probably going to be going back to the old version code here and looking at some things, and I don't want to start shifting things around in this too much from that. All right, so, okay, another error. Must call super constructor and derived class. That's, oh, yeah. So in our marathon, man, I even made that note to myself. I need to do this. Okay. And nice. So no errors now. And we got an array of 20 bubbles. Sweet. And they got positions. And theoretically, they should all have positions inside of our boundary and everything nicely. They will overlap each other. There's no guarantee they won't overlap at all. But we've got an array of 20 bubbles. So that's a start. Oh, yeah, I should set up a cursor trail and stuff like that. Right? Cursor trail. Yeah. I should do that. Now, where do I do that in? Is that part of the match? I think that's part of our old school match code here. Hey, how did those get lowercase names there? Cursor trail. No. Okay. So I just need to do a cursor trail. Cursor trail just has a color and a z-index. Move this stuff into config. Yeah, I'll just copy that with the to-do too. All right, so our marathon creator can just create. Oh, actually, yeah. We'll put that in this. So we'll do play area, bubbles, cursor trail. So this is slightly different from how I have it in the old code, but we will say, in our existing code, I should say, cursor. Oh, so we need to import cursor trail. Did it already do it for us? No. Import cursor trail.js. Okay. Yes, so that's fine. Let's make sure we destroy it too. This dot cursor. Oh, I didn't actually add it yet here. So we've got cursor trail. This dot cursor trail equals cursor trail. We'll destruct this dot cursor trail dot destruct. Okay. So there we should actually have. Nice. Okay, so we actually have a little cursor trail in our play area, right, of no bubbles. Now the next thing is to initialize those bubbles on a time interval. So I could probably just use what we're going to need to do is create like a time. Okay, so I've already got timer imported from before. So we need something that's creating bubbles on that fixed time interval. So I think we can do that with just a timer, my timer class that I already have created here. And it will just reset itself as part of its. So let me pull up the timer code here just so I know what I'm doing. Man, all of these got somehow changed to like lowercase names. The file names got changed. I don't know how that happened. Okay, so basically our timer class has two callbacks, onTick and onElapsed. So when we're not going to care about onTick at all. So that's like if we want to do like the animation class makes use of that, where we want to know onTick means every frame, right? So you can have some code execute every frame of this in regards to this timer, right? So the timer will give you that context of like, okay, I know how much, I wanted a 5-second timer for something. So every frame of that you can do something. You know how far that timer is elapsed. The onElapsed callback will fire when the timer is completed. So basically, we don't want to deal with onTick at all. We don't care about onTick. So I will call this bubble generation timer. So we will have const bubble generation timer. We'll just call it bubble gen timer. New timer. So the max dir, this is the duration of the timer. That's going to be just 1 second for right now. Oh, actually, I have this in our config thing already. Config.marathon. Why doesn't it just show me what bubble interval? So I'm starting to get hungry. Okay. So this timer is going to be 1 second for right now. That's what our config variable is here. So we want to generate a new bubble every second, or we want to have a bubble appear every second. We've already generated, up here, we've already generated all the positions and everything for all the random bubbles. But for here right now, we're just going to we are going to just generate a bubble on each interval. So max dir is good. What else do we have? On elapsed, on tick, destruct on elapsed. So destruct on elapsed. I know I want to make this false. Destruct on elapsed. So this just means the timer would go away when it elapsed. By default, that's true, but we want that to be false. So it won't destruct itself, because a timer is an entity as well. That's one of those. So it has the destruct method. And it can kind of self-destruct when the time elapses. That's an option. So the only other thing we need, so on tick we don't care about. We don't care about getting some sort of updates every time we tick, which is every frame. We just want to set an on elapsed. Oops, which is just going to be a method here, or a little function here. So basically I want to reset the timer every time it elapses. So we'll reset to 1 second. So, oof, that's kind of tough. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom again. And we'll BRB. All right, I'm back, and I got a snack. An apple. Red Delicious. I mean, normally, I don't know, Red Delicious kind of hit or miss. You can get good ones. But I don't know, they're just so cheap. It's like $1.50 a pound. That is in Wisconsin, USA. I have to realize that people watching could be from all over the world. I'll sit back here more so I don't just hear this apple crunching the whole time. All right. So, we haven't on-elapsed. Oh, yeah. What I was thinking was we haven't on-elapsed, or we set our on-elapsed method here, but I don't think well, okay, so I think I might extend my timer class here. I might just have a parameter for like resetting on elapsed. So it'd be kind of like a recurring timer. Like you want the timer to go for max dir. So like, 1 second. I want my timer to go 1 second, but then it'll reset itself and go over again, right? I'm not necessarily thinking this through maybe as much as I should, but I think for right now that would be good enough. So, actually, so then what I would do, I need to do something fancy for that. I'm kind of doing this one-handed because I'm eating an apple. So, we'll have a repeat on elapse. Yeah, repeat on elapse. Sorry, one-handed typing. On elapse. Probably should be on elapsed, but this will be just false by default here. And then I will set this dot repeat on elapsed. Oh, I hit the wrong key there. Equals repeat on elapsed. And then on elapsed, we'll have a little special thing here. So if repeat on it, we'll do a little ternary operator here. So we will, okay, so if this is false, so if repeat on elapse is false, then it will just call the on elapse method. Otherwise, if it's true, so if you want it to repeat, then we will do like a little wrapper. Then this should equal wait, does on elapse take, no, okay. on elapsed will equal a new little function. We're just doing a new little anonymous function here. And that will reset itself. It'll call this. Yes. So it will call on elapsed. We'll just refer to it by its parameter name here. And then it will reset itself. The timer will reset itself. So this dot reset. I think that's good enough. Timer should repeat. Okay. Nice. Okay, so then in here we want to actually, so then in our marathon creator we want to actually specify. So now the timer should repeat, or will pass repeat on elapsed true. All right, I should really finish this apple so I can just not be typing so slow. Repeat on elapsed true. Sorry, you probably hear my chair just squeaking like mad as well. Probably annoying. I'm sorry. I'll probably just tighten the screws up, you know. Probably get some of that. Get out some of that squeak. Okay, so we should be all set up here. We just need to actually specify You know what? This code probably should now live inside of the marathon, actually, because we're going to need to be like referencing. So we're going to want to init each bubble on as this timer elapses, right? So as we elapse, init a new bubble. But we have to be like stepping through each bubble in the bubbles array. So that means we have to have like some sort of index that we're keeping track of. And that's going to have to live inside of the marathon object itself. We can't keep that out here. So let's actually just cut and paste here to our marathon. And yeah, this would then just become a this. This.bubbleGen timer. Okay, so, and then above this, we would need like a new index, or like this dot current cur bubble gen index. Just off the top of my head, that's good enough. Oh, we'll say ID equals 0. So we're starting at 0. This dot cur bubble gen ID. Perfect. So then after our timer elapses once, we will then init bubble 0, which is fine for right now. If we want to have a bubble immediately on screen, actually no, I do like this. So we'll init bubble 0 right away. So on elapsed, we will init bubble 0. So we need to this dot bubbles whoops, and then we're going to need to talk to it via address our this dot bubbleGen timer. BubbleGen timer. Oh, sorry. That was stupid. Sorry, I'm thinking about my Apple. Okay. So this will be our current bubble that we want to init. So we init it here, and then we will increment this guy. I like plus equals 1 better. Okay. Sorry, I took another bite of my apple. So, one thing that I already see as a problem is when we on elapse, this timer should theoretically just keep looping itself every second, or start over again every second. So once we go, once we start this timer the 21st time, then it'll crash because this dot current bubble gen ID will have incremented up to ID 20, and 19 will be our max ID currently because we're specifying 20 bubbles in our config here. But that's okay for right now. I just want to test and see if this whole thing is working. Nope. Timer is not defined. Oh, that's easy. Love those errors. Okay, import timer from timer. Sorry, once again, I'm one-handed right now with my Apple. Whoops. No, we need to say /timer. Oh, it's lowercase. That's right. I don't know why that happened. I don't know how this got set to lowercase. Somehow in my last, something I did in my last session. Okay. I'll fix it later. Okay, so yes, that should be what we need for this. Okay, so we've got something else broken. Config is not defined. Yes, because we're referencing config. Yeah, once again, I copied this code over from our Marathon creator. So all those variables would have been nicely set up, and I didn't think about importing them here. Okay. Back to this. Hey. We got something. Okay, so... Oh, you know what? The timer's not been initialized. So the timer doesn't even So to do that, we're just going to do this nice little thing here when we initialize our marathon. So when we initialize our marathon, this is a method that I'm now overriding. The init method is part of the entity. So I'm now overriding it so I can init my timer as well when I init. So when my marathon inits, it will also init the timer. And then I have to call this the super init to say we need to call the entity init as for this. Okay, so then we're doing this bubble gen timer. This dot bubble gen timer dot init. Okay. Nice. So it generated one bubble, and the color is where did that color come from? In fact, I think that color is this color, so something didn't happen right with the color generation. Let me look at what we got for our bubble colors here. Color. Oh, yeah, we got some random undefined color, undefined. Okay. Oh, so I must have not. I thought I did that code correctly, right? Oh, you know what? I think I remember. Yeah, let's just fix the colors here first. Yeah, new color. Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Okay, so this needs, okay, so yeah, so this needs to be, okay, so this rand int we're generating is the index of this array that we want of that color. But we don't want, where I just generated the random integer, and it's just passing a random int to color, this new color class, which doesn't do anything. So colors, yeah, colors, and then we need to say we're getting something from the colors array, and that would be the index of this random integer that we generate. Okay, so that should fix our color thing. Yes, so now we've got a decent color there. So our bubble 0 has an actual color. Our bubble 6 has a valid color there. Okay. In fact, I think the same color, 119.204. Let's make sure they're not. Oh, they might all be 119. Oh, you know what? You know what? I need another bite of my apple is what? Okay. Okay, so bear with me here while I crunch along on my apple. Oh, okay, wait. So we got our for loop. So this new color should come in every time, right? Why would they all be? That's just got to be a coincidence. 119.204. Bubble 1 is 204, 119. Okay, we're good. I'm not. Yeah, that would just a crazy coincidence that I happen to click on all bubbles. Yeah, 51, 2. Okay. All right, so I thought it was a bug, but it was just a coincidence that I clicked on like 3 in a row of the bubbles in our 20 bubbles, and they all happen to be green ones that were just randomly picked, right? Okay, so we don't have some bug there. So we do have color generation or random color picking happening. It's not going to be the way we want it to right now, but that's fine. Okay, so there's another problem here that our timer doesn't appear to be resetting as we thought it should be. So when we start a new thing, we generate one bubble after 1 second. Fantastic. But our timer is not resetting as it seems like it should. So let me just Okay. Let me just print something to the console here. Oops. To make sure this function's actually getting called, because maybe I just did a little Boolean flop in my head. Just make sure we're hitting this. Whoops. Just print some stuff, some garbled stuff to the screen, to the console, I mean. And no, that's never getting called. Okay, so yeah, I did a little Boolean. Okay, so if not repeat, okay, so we want to repeat on elapse, right? By default, repeat on elapse is false. But we are saying marathon, repeat on elapse. JavaScript, blame all my, well, yeah, JavaScript is terrible, but I'm also terrible, so it's okay. All right. So now that we've okay, so I used the term elapsed with a D on the end, and I just needed to pass elapse. And I don't even know what the correct English is for that. Destruct on elapse. That's probably on elapsed. It probably should just say on elapsed, but whatever. But I say on tick. I would say on tick do something. Don't on ticked. Yeah, because tick is the action. I tick. So on tick. Anyway, I think elapse is right. So this on elapsed should probably get changed to on elapsed, but yeah, whatever. I'm not going to fix it, and then it's just going to screw me up in the future, but it's okay. All right, so marathon practice. There we got a bubble. There we got another bubble. There we got another one. There we got another one. Why are they all generating so close? That's funny. Why? Okay. That's great. So it's working. Yeah, and then after we do 20, then it breaks. So I'll fix that, but come on, where's the blue ones? There's a blue one. For some reason, all the green ones are getting generated. Not like it really matters. We don't care about that at this point anyway. Nice. All right, so this is kind of what we're looking for. But yeah, now that we got to this point, let's see, I'm trying to think of what our next best option is here. For some reason, that green just ends up getting randomly picked a lot. I mean, they're appearing nice and randomly distributed across the screen for the most part. That's a nice spread there. Okay. I'm just going to take a little break and finish my apple. And we'll just watch this generate. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what our next best option is. Like, we might want to do our little warning. Because, like, as these pop up, I don't want them to just appear. Well, for one, I'd like them to have maybe, like, a nice little, very fast animation, like, or something. But there needs to be a warning, as I was mentioning before, because I'd still like to keep this aspect from the normal practice mode in where you can crash and reset, and have to start over from, the beginning. In the case of our marathon game, I think we'd be starting over from like a checkpoint or something. But in this case, so I, in other words, the problem is you can't just have, with a marathon, you can't just have bubbles randomly appear, because I might just be out here and a bubble might just randomly generate over top of where my cursor is, and therefore I would lose. I'd have to start over because the bubble that appeared over my cursor forced me to crash and go back. And oh yeah, these are working nicely here like that. In fact, actually, that should work. This, oh, there is no, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the key press part is not part of the bubble. The bubble doesn't keep track of key presses or anything. Anyway. So I'm liking where this is going so far, but we will need like a warning thing that pops up. So maybe just like a black ring like that, or kind of like our play area is. So like there would be a black ring that would appear or like fade in really quickly. And then that would notify you that, okay, a bubble is going to appear here in 250 milliseconds or, some quick amount of time. And that'd be enough time for you to get your cursor out of the way from it, And it might be that next one might be the bubble you want, but it might also, not exactly be the bubble you want. So, but either way, it would give you the time to get out of the way. All right. I'm just going to finish my apple. Drinking my water out of a ginormous mason jar. 800 milliliters, or 3 cups, 24 ounces. It's pretty big. Yeah, and the other thing I'm going to be having to think about is, so we don't want bubbles to overlap at all. We don't want bubbles to overlap at all. But it's going to be hard. So like in a certain chunk of time, like bubbles would need to, so for example, let's just walk this out. Perhaps bubble, let's make this faster. Let's make this more like 500 milliseconds. And let's do 40 bubbles. Let's do 40 bubbles at 500 milliseconds. So it's just generating twice as fast. And there'd be twice as more of them. And this is also another little side note that I don't want. I don't want to have a bajillion bubbles on the, drawing or trying to draw on the screen, because that'll take a lot of, even with a powerful computer, it's still Chrome, like in the case of Chrome, just generating, trying to draw a bunch of individual. It's drawing these circles like from scratch, I think, every time with the canvas context that I'm using for the browser. So a lot of that's inefficient. So there might be, at some point, we might do something where we like generate our own circles in a bitmap and save them. But we'll see. We'll see where that, if we get to something like that. I just hit my microphone. Yeah, this 500 millisecond thing seems a little nicer. It's funny to watch. Okay. Bunch of errors there. Yeah, so I need to also address this error that's popping up where it needs to stop generating bubbles after a certain amount of time. Yeah, I'm thinking, I mean, in this case, like, we've generated, 40 bubbles in 20 seconds? And, like, I feel like a speed like this would even be kind of slow. Like, if you were just to be going bang, 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 hitting as many bubbles as you could. It would, I feel like even that's kind of slow. So, like, one of these whole matches, like, even if you played for, like, a minute, I mean, what are we doing? 40 bubbles, 500 milliseconds. So it's 20 seconds. That whole thing goes 20 seconds for 40 bubbles. So I'm feeling like you could go a minute easily. So that would be times 5 then. So 200 bubbles, right? In a minute at this current speed. So even more, I'm thinking it'd be cool if the game would last more than a minute, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it feels with timing. And I mean, that my thought was like this game would just be kind of fun, like a mode like this would be just kind of fun for you to just keep playing and like kind of mindlessly play, clicking through, just kind of going fast, whatever. So it could be that, we want it to be 1,000 bubbles, that would be a good, so a couple minutes or whatever it would end up being to do something like that. I mean, what did we just say? Like at this current pace, like 200 bubbles in a minute. So, a few minutes, you'd have 1,000 bubbles. You'd have popped through 1,000 bubbles. And I feel like you could play faster than that. But the idea is you're trying to keep up. So these bubbles are just generating, and you have to keep up. If you fall behind too far, you're out, I guess. Like that's one thing that I need to kind of define. Like, how would you end up? Like, would you lose? Like Tetris? Like, would the screen fill up and you're done? I mean, I don't really like the idea of, just bubbles trying, because at some point, especially if we're trying not to overlap, the bubbles are gonna fill up to a certain point, and obviously need to generate, have a longer list of colors and everything. Because that's the other thing, because you're matching colors, right? So like you're looking at the colors on the sidebar. Your target color needs to be pretty easily 1-to-1 with, and I don't even like how close these greens look. Like it's pretty easy to tell the difference, but even this to me is just like too similar, these greens. Because you're going, you're matching colors. You're doing this quick little color match in your eyes, in your peripheral vision as you're playing here. You're trying to like match the colors up here. And that's the other reason why I was thinking of just doing 3 bubbles, a 3-bubble target thing where your next bubble is a big one, like it's big. Then the second to next bubble is slightly smaller, and then the third next bubble is really small, or smaller yet, So that way it's like, boom, right here is my big color target bubble. And one of the things I'm thinking too is there might be like some ordering. I'd like there to be kind of ordering stuff. So like the colors that pop in here, this is not the order that you're getting them necessarily. It could be, but I was kind of thinking like of generating like a random order. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try it so that the one you get is like the next one, and just see how that feels. Like that would be kind of cool. That's something I could easily implement right now and just test. See how that feels, like just going bubble at a time. Like, okay, boom, 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 and just kind of seeing like how fast I can go. How fast I can like keep clearing bubbles, which would be pretty fast. Because it's pretty easy just to hit one bubble. Yeah, actually, that would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool to just have that running today, just to get a little bit of a feel for how this will go. Because who knows, even that might just be fun enough. I do like the kind of color matching aspect of it. I mean, it adds a little more. It adds a little more like, I mean, I don't really want to say skill, but you kind of have to keep track of another thing. You have to keep track of these off in your peripheral vision. So, all right, I really need to just finish my apple so I can get back to it. All right. My apple's pretty much finished. I'm going to throw the core away here. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. The apple's gone. So now we can get right into it. All right, so while I was on my Apple break here, I kind of thought, okay, let's just, we're generating these. Maybe I could just have, like, just for fun to test kind of my speed, I could have it so I could kind of play. Just kind of hit each bubble as it pops up. So to do something like that, we're going to have to set up some event listeners here. Oops. The other thing I'm thinking too is like we kind of have this like two-step phase. A two-step kind of phase here where like you have to hover over the bubble, then hit a key to pop it. So like then if you hover over the wrong, but like, so we have to hover over this one next. If we don't, we crash, we restart. But I could kind of get rid of that behavior. Like, so you can hover over any of them, but if you hit the key on the wrong one, so we could try that just to see how that feels. All right. Yeah, so let's actually, in that case, we need to, so our bubble will then need to keep track of the key press. What is this one? What are we currently using? Round creator. Bubble. Okay. So let's look at the bubble code. The bubble has some special fancy components to it. Oh, yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Okay. So this, okay, so I think this code, check traversed key press. This dot check traversal. Okay. So we could still keep the check traversal stuff, but then we could have check traversed key press, because there's kind of the two steps. IPRZACD. This game on console yet? It's getting there. No, I'm working on the idea you and I were talking about yesterday. Or last week. I'm working on this marathon mode or whatever. So right now I'm just trying a real basic thing where it's here I just have a bubble generating every 500 milliseconds, every half a second. Because I want to kind of have like more continuous like play, right? Like, so instead of this like 5-second round thing where it's just kind of like, dun, 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 you know, and then done, you go to the next round, whatever, you know, I'm going to try more of that continuous kind of play. So what I've already got is just a new type of game mode here where it's just generating a bubble every second now. And some of the stuff works, some of the bubble code and everything works from before, but I'm going to have to start modifying that currently. Oh, it looks kind of, you mean like it's like, oh, is that what you're saying? Like it's like you're traveling through a tunnel? Like you'd be moving forward and they'd be, new ones would be going through, popping up as you go through. Yeah, I mean, I don't, there's a lot of questions I still have about exactly how it's going to be. So I'm just kind of like pushing it forward one step at a time. Like I can kind of imagine like how it should feel. Like it should just feel like this like fast, like bang, 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 bang. Like you're just kind of playing bang, 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 bang. You know, you're just kind of like going boom, boom. And if you mess up, like you go back and you do like, you hopefully can correct before like kind of that Tetris style fills up the screen or something. Somehow that's the part I'm not super clear on, like how you know, what defines that you would like lose or get out or like, you know, run out of time kind of thing. It would be a little tricky. And the reason it would be a little tricky to have the screen fill up with bubbles. Well, for one, overlapping is really bad because like you can kind of see what's happening. Like right now I'm not checking if there's any overlapping. So that's why these bubbles just pile up on top of each other. So that's something that needs to go away. But what I thought was my first step was let's just get a bubble generating on a time interval, right? Like just boom, 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 boom. Here we got bubbles generating every half a second. Great. And right now I'm just thinking like, okay, let's just try like having it so I can hit each new bubble that appears, I'll just hit and like just kind of test my own speed with it. Yes. Shouldn't new bubbles be triggered upon finishing an X amount of bubble progress? Yes, except I feel like I can't quite get to that point yet. Well, are you saying kind of more like the way the rounds work? So like this, like 5 of them get generated and then like, I mean, I don't want it to be, so much like this, where like all of a sudden then 5 new ones appear. Like you hit 5 and then 5 new ones appear. Like I want it to be something that kind of happens more over time. But it could be some sort of hybrid between the two. Like it's not going to show the next bubbles. Like right now it's just a fixed like time scale. So like just a bubble pops up every half second. Yeah, right. Like there's got to be some other level to it. So yeah, those are all questions I want to like dive into. But I figure like my first step for right now is like, let's just get sort of this bubbles happening over time. So this is as far as we've got right now. So so what I'm going to do is actually extend the functionality of the bubble code. So I'm going to create my own. I'm just going to copy and paste. And then, whoops. We'll just call this marathon bubble for right now. in our marathon, yeah, we can just leave that. But in our marathon creator, we're going to import marathon bubble from marathon bubble.js. Okay. All right, so now, and we'll start doing that right now. Okay, so now we're working on our own little separate object for our marathon bubble specifically. So one thing I want to encapsulate is in this current version, oops, Marathon JS 25. What do unexpected token? Oh, yeah, we don't need that for this second. All right, so for the normal practice, you can't even traverse over the wrong bubble right now. So like if I need to traverse over the green one first before I do anything else. So if I even touch purple, I die. I start over again. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that for this next mode, for right now at least. So I'm going to make it so like you can traverse over any bubble, but if you hit the keystroke on it, then you would die. You'd have to start over again. I'm doing that kind of more for simplicity's sake right now. So let's see. So we just simply need to, let's move marathon bubble over here for right. What happened to all my other stuff? Okay. And I want to look at yeah, key down. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. All right, so on key down, we need to check if we're traversed. If this not traversed, then check traversed key press. Oh, yeah. Okay. So basically this logic here could probably just get moved up. Oh, that doesn't need to happen. So let's just try that. So if we were traversed, so I can kind of get rid of this. Let's just see what happens. Nice. Oh. Nice. That's kind of cool, except the trail. Yeah, we can't have a trail like that. Nice. Oh, and then when you release it, they all come back. That's funny. Okay. We're getting there. Yeah, that's kind of cool, but it's too... go. Nice. Okay, but we need to... Let's modify our cursor trail here, which I was planning on modifying at some point anyway. Yeah, it's getting tangled, exactly. Well, and the other thing is, too, is I was thinking of getting rid of having this infinitely long tail anyway, because it could be kind of a confusing thing. Like, some people might not think you can cross over your tail, you know? Like, it really serves no purpose other than to just, like, show something, I guess. So, in fact, I could even just... Oops. So you go in here, and then just get rid of... Oh. The cursor trail completely. Yeah, this is kind of cool, except it's like... Feels like the frame rate starts lagging, too. Nice. That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. I mean, it's not exactly what I'm wanting it to be, but I'd like it to be a little, there'd be a little more substance to it than that. But it's a good little hand-eye coordination test this way. And now that little hit indicator box is annoying. Oh yeah, and if they're on top of each other, you start over again. All right, so okay. Oh, so just for fun, let's try the let's just crank up the time on that just to see how it feels. Let's just make it 250. So this would just be ridiculously fast, and it's already like pretty fast. Yeah, this is way too fast now. Okay, yeah, so that's like just insane, even with me hitting like a bunch of them at once. It's kind of fun though. Yeah, and I'm just like getting inaccurate. Oh. All right. Way too fast. The 500 milliseconds I could keep up with between each bubble press there. Like this is definitely, in fact, it's kind of like not that challenging even. Whoops. There I missed. So like if it, and I don't have to go in order or anything here. All right. I want to have some cursor trail because that way it at least feels like there's something going on. But it should be like the cursor trail shouldn't get too long or something. So like it should just have like a little tail length or like time length maybe. So let me just modify that. All right. I'm back. Okay. So let's put our cursor trail back there, but here let's just keep it wait a minute, is that getting shown? That was quick. What was quick? Me on my break? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Becca just had to stop down and tell me something. All right, let's just say if points, we'll just do a check. If points dot length is greater than 20 for right now, then this dot points dot unshift elements. Oh, that's insert, then shift, right? Removes the first. Oh, no, then I want pop. Removes the last element from array in an array. Okay. So appends new elements to an array and adds. Oh, wait a minute. No. Yeah, then we want to shift. Removes the first. Yes. Okay. So this way we'll keep our cursor trail length from getting more than 20 mouse points in length. Oh, that's too short. It's kind of cute though. All right, so maybe let's try. So like when I'm going fast. Oh, and if I close the console, actually, it should get a lot longer. Yes. Oh, you know what? And it just that's right. It just freezes because it only shrinks as I. Yeah, I need to have it like time. It needs to like shrink out over time. Well, anyway, for now, let's not. Let's just not have a trail for right now. So it'll just be, whoops. It'll just be like this. Okay. And okay, so then what we'll do, well now, okay, so now we're handling in our marathon bubble, this is really nice. Because we are handling the popping from within the bubble itself. So then the bubble can just emit, whoops, event emitter dot emit, and then we're gonna call bubble popped, and then it should be the ID of the bubble, which would be this dot ID. Bubble popped, and then okay, bubble popped is emitted, and then our marathon can just listen to, yeah, I have bubble traversed in here, but this will just be bubble popped now. And then it will just check, oh, wait a minute. Event, bubble popped, and then listener. And then this will be the bubble ID. And we'll just, within the marathon itself, we'll just keep track of this dot target bubble ID, which will start at 0. So if, this will be a simple if ID equals this dot target bubble ID, then everything is good. We are going to have an else in here. So if the player pops the correct bubble. Well, so for right now, what I'm doing is just, I'm going to have it so you have to pop the next bubble that appears, like just as kind of a check here. So you'll have to pop each bubble in order, basically, that it's appearing. And I guess right now, if you don't, then it would loop back to every bubble would reappear, which for right now I think is fine. So if ID equals this dot target bubble ID. Then everything is fine, but this dot target bubble ID would increase by 1. Or, and then if you hit the last bubble, there'd be a little check for if the last bubble, yada, 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 which I'll get to later. And then otherwise, we'd have to emit event emitter dot emit cursor drag stopped. And target bubble ID would go back to, we'll just reset it back to 0. So you start over from the beginning, which doesn't really make sense in this case quick yet, especially with like 100 bubbles or 40 bubbles. But all right. Oh, wait a minute. What happened there? All right, hang on. Why does this get out of hand so quickly? Yeah, something happens and then it breaks. Let me get rid of that. There's a bunch of stuff I need to get rid of in the code, or in the console here. Oh, I think I have that here. And where's my timer? Get rid of that. Okay. And config is 500. If ID equals target bubble ID, good, then increase target bubble ID. Wait, what is... Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. So we need to modify our marathon bubble here a bit. I'm going to get rid of this key pressed. Actually, yeah, we'll just change this to popped. So we're just going to find key pressed and replace it with popped. Pooped. This dot popped. Okay. So if we're traversed and not this dot popped. So if we're traversed but we're not popped, that's good enough for now. Yes, what was happening is we'd pop the first bubble and then that was good, all fine and good. So our marathon would increment and say the next bubble is, so you'd pop bubble 0, then the next bubble would be bubble 1. And then, but when you'd pop bubble 1, bubble 0's pop bubble event would fire again. And then the marathon would see that bubble 0 was popped and it would see that that was wrong. So it would start you over again from the beginning. But now this should be behaving perfectly as expected. Even, oh, yeah, so there I messed up. So then all the bubbles came back. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. This is definitely far from anything we really want. But yeah, and we're going to start having way too many bubbles. We're going to need to start figuring out how we're going to keep track of all these. Oh, we made it. Look at that. Yeah, so like if we do this again, we had to start over again there. Can you limit the number of steps back it goes when you miss a bubble? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I want to have, like a checkpoint kind of thing. So like what I'm thinking right now is like, yeah, the 5th bubble, you know, you pop every 5th bubble or something, and then that's like a checkpoint. So then if you screw up, you only go back 5 bubbles. Like, or at worst, you go back, well, what would be 4 bubbles, I guess. Right? So if every 5th bubble is a checkpoint, then you'd only have to go back and redo like 4 of them. But yeah, I'm still kind of trying to figure out exactly how I want to handle that. Oh, and I should fix... fix this timer thing. Yeah, how do I want to handle that exactly? Timer. So the timer, I should have like a number of iterations. Well, what is actually, what am I doing for the elapsed thing here? Where's the timer again? Oh, we set it up in our marathon here. Okay, so I guess we can plus equals 1. We can do an if. Or we could do something like this. Is.cur bubble gen plus, we could do like that, plus plus is greater than config dot, oh, well, I guess we could just check it against bubbles dot length. If it's greater than bubbles dot length, then we would, oops, end marathon. This would be the end of the marathon here, but cur bubble gen ID. Yeah, so if we, oh, no. If we equal the length, that would mean we're, if we hit the length, that would mean we're done. I guess we would then well, we can destruct the timer. I guess we'd emit marathon ended. Yeah, for now we could do that. Okay, so bubblegem timer this dot. Let's see. Yeah, so I guess then this would emit the event emitter dot emit marathon ended. And then that would trigger our application to say that, or to listen to marathon ended. And then the listener would be whoops, this dot marathon dot destruct. Right, what do I do with the match? Match ended, this dot match ended handler destructs the match. Oh yeah, then we said this dot marathon equals null. And our menus are listening for those. So we could do main menu, or we need in-game menu. Main menu is listening for match ended, so it could also just listen for marathon ended listener. Oops. This dot set elements hidden false. Okay. All right, so that would put us back at the main menu then, fine, once it ends. Well, and that's kind of a temporary fix for right now anyway. I don't... So after 20 seconds, it will have generated all the bubbles and spit us back. But that's not necessarily what we want anyway. Oh yeah, and I don't destroy the bubbles. So yeah, that put us back at the menu. Yeah, we don't have a quit button there yet, but that's fine. Yeah, so I need to figure out how I want to manage the bubbles coming in and how they get destroyed. So we could possibly, yeah, so for that, the checkpoint idea, Hmm. Let's just jump back into okay. Yeah, so we need to be able to jump back to like a checkpoint. If you crash, if you screw up. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right, I don't think I want to worry about the checkpoint right now. I think I will just maybe just try to do like a basic little progress indicator. So like we have in our practice, like we have in the typical practice round here, or the old style practice round. I think I want to have just like a single indicator with a one color on it. So like instead of the 5 for the 5 bubbles, just have like the color of the current target bubble just be like right off to the side. So let's try. Now we're creating a bunch of side marathon stuff of all of our things here. So let's look at progress meter quick. Yeah, this is going to be, I'm not going to borrow any of this code from the existing one. I think I'm just going to create a brand new file. We'll just call it marathon progress meter. And progress meter is kind of not even a really applicable name in this case anymore either. But I'll just keep it for legacy's sake. So as you're playing, and I know, yeah, the colors and everything we need to fix because we have just a bunch of duplicate colors, whatever. Oh. So we'll just have the color of the next one just appear on the side. Like that'll be a nice little just something to get us started in that direction. So we're going to need something at some point. So we'll import, let's just copy some text over here, code over here. Import entity. So we will export default Marathon progress. Oh, why did it do that? Visual Studio Code. Come on. Marathon progress meter extends entity from. Oh, wait. It's for default class. Extends entity. Okay. Yes. So I'm going to kind of future proof a little bit here, just because I think I have an idea of what I'm going to do. So this will have this dot circle, or we'll just call it target bubble equals new circle. And yeah, we're going to, okay, this. So we'll just basically just draw like one little circle. I think I was already just saying this. We'll just draw like one little circle that'll just represent the color of the next bubble we're supposed to be hitting. So it'll be green, orange, orange, green, orange, you know. Obviously two side-by-side colors isn't going to be much help, but basically something like that. So I think, and I'm going to think ahead a little bit, so I'm just going to have this progress meter kind of be a sort of encapsulating object that kind of like represents what this one is, where it's the progress meter represents this, which is really an indicator, a circle indicator, and circle parameters for each bubble, right? Or circle properties for each bubble, an array of those. So we need to just make sure we're centered up in the right position here. So our X, you know, we would get a pose. And we're going to get a super params. Oh, no. Sorry. Super. But then, yeah, I guess we'll call this params. So we just have an entity here, but our new circle, well, actually, I think this will come apart here. How do I, actually, let's just see how I do it in the old progress meter here. Progress meter, I do progress bubbles, progress indicator, progress blah, blah, blah. Oh, I generate each of those individually. That's right. Well, we don't really need to do that here. Yeah, actually, let's just do it that way, because I'm probably going to end up doing it that way anyway. This super.destruct. That's what I need. Super.destruct. This dot target bubble dot destruct. Okay, fantastic. And yeah, I'm not going to need circle anymore. Whoops. Okay. Oh, how did that happen? All right. So then in our marathon creator, I'm going to, circle should already be there. So then under here, oops, marathon bubble, import marathon progress meter from marathon progress meter.js. And And we are going to have const progress meter equals new marathon progress meter. Let's see, in our marathon, we're also going to now have a progress meter. This dot progress meter equals progress meter. And then we need to destruct that as well. Move that up. Okay. Just getting that stuff out of the way. Where are we going? No. Marathon creator. Okay. Instantiate marathon object. Okay, right. So then we need to pass the progress meter. And we are going to init the progress meter as well. And I guess for right now, const. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking ahead, so this kind of seems a little redundant right now, but target bubble, const progress meter, target bubble, progress meter, target bubble is going to equal new circle, and if I do any, I'm going to have to do a color, a size, and a position, and a z-index. Or I can just leave the z-index as 0 or default. So we're going to need a color. The color of the first target bubble is going to be the target bubble 0. So I can say progress meter target bubble. Yeah, and okay, so we're doing a circle. We've got a color, which will just equal bubbles dot bubbles 0 dot color. I know that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, I'm just going to do can I do let me look at my color class here, see what I've got set. Yeah, so I should probably do let me just do a brand new one from scratch here. So our color is going to equal a new color. R is going to equal bubbles 0 dot color dot R. Yeah. We'll just do it this way for right now. And then this will be G, B, B. Okay. So that'll be the color. The size will be new object because it's a circle R. Do 40 pixels just for hard coding right now. And the position, the X will be equal to play area dot pose dot X. Or sorry, the Y will be the same. Y will equal play area dot pose dot Y. but our x, whoops, our x will be equal in some way. So then we'll pass that in. Just see what happens here. Nice. And it is not defined. Oh. Oh. Whoops. That's supposed to be this. Okay. There we go. Nice. Okay, so we've got just one little bubble off to the side here for right now. And then in our marathon, itself, that's keeping track of kind of the game state. So when we hit the next bubble, we need to pass the color. Oh, let me just make a nice little helper here for a color. For our color class, let's just have a copy. So you can copy a color by doing, okay, so it'll just return a new object that is made up of RGB and A. Right? Yeah, I like that. And then Marathon Creator can just do new color, but then it can do bubbles 0 dot color dot copy. Yeah, that should be cool, right? R is not defined. Color JS21. Oh. R. Yeah. This dot R. G. This dot G. B. This dot B. A. This dot A. Why don't we just make this slightly more readable here? All right, so I'm just right now, sorry, I'm kind of in the zone and not explaining things here. I just have a color, I have a color object that I create where basically it just has a red, green, blue, and an alpha value. And I'm just adding a way to nicely copy one color to another. Like if I want to just, yeah, exactly, take the color rather than copy the object itself, because I might not want to modify. I don't want those references just kind of floating around. I want to actually just copy the raw color values from one color to another. So I'm just setting that up because I hadn't actually done that before. So now this should be fine. Yes. Okay, that's good. So now the marathon needs to notify the progress meter that the color has changed. So it's going to have to, so when you advance to the next bubble, it's going to have to let the progress meter know, hey, you got to go to this next one. So in our marathon progress meter, we're going to need a function that's like set target bubble. And then we'll just pass in the color. And then Yeah, we can then this dot target bubble dot color equals color dot copy, maybe. That will be good. And then the marathon will just simply pass in the color. So we can move to our next target bubble ID. And then we say this dot progress meter dot. No, it doesn't know it's a progress meter. What did we call this? Set target bubble. I guess we just say set target bubble color. It's literally like that's all we're really concerned with doing. And then that's going to equal this dot bubbles. This dot target bubble ID dot color. Okay. So when you pop a bubble and we move advance to the, and it's the correct bubble, and we advance to the next bubble, and then we're past the color of that next bubble to our little progress meter bubble, so that it can, our little progress meter circle, I should say. So then, I don't know what happened there. It just disappeared, but, oh, it went back somehow. Now, wait. You know what? I shouldn't do, actually, I shouldn't do the set. Let's see. Where are we? Marathon progress meter. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I have another, now I have to open my color class again here. Color. Okay, so I have a nice set class, so I should use that instead, because that's for modifying the color later. So rather than instantiating a new, oh no, that's the that's a problem there too. Okay, this dot color dot set, and then we do the copy of our color. That should be split this up into different methods. Maybe I have. Oh, well, yeah, I can fix that later. Okay, that should be better, and that should actually fix our problem. Yes. So now our little target bubble is changing with the color. So obviously that doesn't really make much of a difference in the way the game is playing currently in this state, but yeah, that's not a huge advantage. Oops. Yeah, so we have to pop this one, then pop this one, then pop this one, and then that one. Nope. Okay. I'm just doing some deep thinking here. When I do this, it doesn't crash yet. It doesn't reset the whole thing. All right, let's see. Hmm. Now, what I'm thinking about right now is it would be cool if, maybe the bubbles that pop up well, I'm trying to think right now of a way to like the overlap of the bubbles. How can we let the bubbles pop up? Like there needs to be some sort of like the first 5 bubbles. So we want to do like a checkpoint kind of thing where if you hit the wrong bubble, you go back to whatever bubble index was like considered the last checkpoint. So if it's right in the beginning, that would probably just be 0. So if you mess up hitting bubble number 2, then you just go back to 0. But then maybe you hit a checkpoint at bubble 5, or you hit the 5th bubble. So then now bubble ID 5 is the new checkpoint. So then you mess up on bubble 7. So then only you go back to 5. But like when you're on bubble 4, bubble 7 should be allowed to be drawn on the screen. If that makes sense. So theoretically, you could have a bunch of bubbles on screen. You could have like 10 bubbles on screen. I need to like draw this out somehow. Maybe let's like notepad this or something here. Let me do a new notepad. Oh, nice. Okay. So we'll make the font slightly bigger here. So, or we can zoom in, I guess. So we've got bubble 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's just do that for right now. So and you'd have a checkpoint. 0 would be a checkpoint, and then 5 would be a checkpoint. So maybe let's space these out a little more here, and then we'll do ten, and then 11 and 12. Okay, so 0 would be a checkpoint, 5 would be a checkpoint, then 10 would be a checkpoint, and we'll just keep going for sake of example. So 15 would be a checkpoint. So the first 5 bubbles here, which would not include bubble index 5 itself, we'd have like the first, let's zoom in so this is a little easier to read maybe here. So the first 5 bubbles, you'd have to, as soon as you pop bubble 4, then you go to bubble 5 as a checkpoint, right? So when you start, checkpoint is 0. So if you screw up on bubble 3, if you screw up on bubble 4, like you don't pop bubble 4, you have to go back to bubble 0. Right, but then this, like, so your target bubble is 0 from the start, right? So that's your checkpoint. You pop bubble 4, 5 becomes your target, and then we'll just say 5 becomes your checkpoint. So if you screw up, you have to pop 5. So 5's like that checkpoint, that first one that you'd have to pop in the checkpoint then. So So these 5 bubbles could not overlap for sure. But like in theory, okay, so in theory, if you kept playing, if you kept letting this play, you could have 7 bubbles on screen. Or maybe you could say you can't have more than, yeah, like at some point you'd have to lose. Like there'd have to be some condition here where too many bubbles appeared on screen. So therefore you lost. But if this were to be competitive too, so like if we were, because right now I'm just thinking kind of the single player aspect of this. If we were to get into the more competitive stuff, you wouldn't really want to be both players just be stuck along this fixed interval of bubbles getting generated. Like you really do need to have, like the faster you hit the bubbles, the faster you pop bubbles, like the more faster the other one, the next bubbles appear, right? So like that needs to also be part of the dimension of it. So there's got to be some sort of balance between like the speed at which you're going allows more bubbles to appear, but also like you can get behind and lose. So and at some point we'd have like bubble overlap, which would be bad. So I could use like the little functionality that checks if to make sure bubbles don't overlap at all. And like I could do that for like the first 5 bubbles. But then, there's no guarantee, but then how do you guarantee that like the 5th one doesn't overlap? Or, like our IPR Zach D was saying, they just appear as you play. So we could get rid of the time limit thing so you don't get overwhelmed. Well, it could be more of like a mini round kind of thing, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to take a break, get some water quick, and we'll be back. Be back in a sec. Okay, I am back. So this is kind of a tricky thing to think about here, or tricky. Feels like we're dealing with some kind of hybrid situation here. Like there needs to be some sort of time thing happening so that you can either get behind or yeah, so you could like fall behind and potentially lose, or you know, like the way I have stuff working right now. So let's just look at this. So I do marathon practice. So the bubbles are just appearing at a fixed rate, which is kind of cool. I mean, it keeps it so you kind of have to keep moving. But at the same time, it doesn't really have one of the cool aspects that you don't get in this direct case, like you have with this, is you kind of have these like spots where you're like can kind of zip through, and because you're kind of looking at like the colors here and then going, okay, this is what I need to hit. So you kind of like in your head, you know, green, pink, purple, you kind of do that in your head first. And then blue, orange, like it's cool to kind of line these things up in your head, kind of see here and go, this is where I need to go. And then you kind of have this like real quick movement, you know, where you just kind of go, okay, I need to go pink, purple, orange, you know. That's cool. Or it feels good that way, kind of organizing it and keeping track of everything in that way. So I like kind of that prioritization, or not prioritization, but kind of that, you know, you do a little bit of a look ahead, like, okay, I know I'm going pink, purple, green, so I kind of just quickly can pink, purple, green, yeah. Pink, purple, green, and then the next ones, right? So that part is cool. And you don't have that, at least the way it is right now with this marathon, where you're just kind of going, here I'm just like responding to whatever pops up, which, I mean, that gets old pretty quick. It's not very fun, necessarily. I mean, it's a nice little test of reflexes, I guess, but all in all, not very interesting. Actually, I do kind of want to keep that the cursor trail on there. Yeah, okay. So maybe it would be more interesting if like the first 5 bubbles get generated right away. And then maybe like as you pop 0, you know, so we have the checkpoint thing set up. You pop 0, then maybe the 5th bubble appears. That could be something to try. So let's just say you see the first 3 bubbles. Well, let's say the order that you have to pop them is... Well, okay, let's say let's say you generate the first 5 bubbles, you put them in the level. Just kind of like the way the practice round works right now. Well, so just kind of like this. But let's just say instead of seeing 5, you just see the first 3 that you're supposed to pop. And after you pop the first one, after you pop the first one, maybe the next bubble appears. So it's like you're kind of always seeing 5 bubbles on screen. So then you go to this one. Then you see these 5. Then you see these 5. Then you see these 5. And kind of so on and so forth. We could just try that. We could try that and just see how that feels. So we'd no longer be doing the time length thing. And we'd have to... Yeah, and I'm trying to think of how... So that we could still go and generate all the bubbles. So what I'm thinking is we could still generate all the bubbles beforehand in our Marathon Creator file. So we could still generate all of them, but to check for collisions, maybe we only have to check a bubble with collisions of the past 4. So we check these 5 for collisions, right? We generate them just like a level, first level. Then the 5th bubble gets its collisions checked against the past 4, and then bubble 6 gets its collisions checked against the past 4, which will go down to 2, and then 7, and then 8, so like we could, when I say collisions, I mean overlaps. So, and maybe if you mess up and go back a checkpoint, so like when you're on bubble 4, you'll see all the way up to 8, but if you screw up, you'd go back to 0. So let's say you made it to 4, and you just have to pop the bubble ID 5 to go to the next checkpoint, but you screw up. You'd go all the way back to 0, and all these bubbles would reappear, and these bubbles would maybe disappear. We could try that. So, yeah, that would be potentially kind of interesting. And in this way, we'd completely get rid of the timer thing. So we'd kind of switch gears completely to, rather than and I still like the idea of just showing 3 in the progress bar. So like you just have to get the next 3, not showing a full-blown 5 bubble progress bar. Okay, so let's try that. So the first thing we'd have to do is, so our bubbles are already generating properly inside of the play area. So there's a little bit of the boundary checking there. So yeah, let's go back to our marathon creator, and then so here we have our generate bubbles loop. That's all we've got. But I want to compare it to our round creator loop where we have, the other problem is the colors. So maybe if we're only showing 5 bubbles on the screen at a time, then yeah, if we're only showing, well, yeah, I got to figure out how to handle the colors issue as well. We could just do like a random, well, let's not worry about colors right now. Let's just see if we can get this kind of style working. So the first thing would be we want to check, we need to do this little too close thing. So this little while loop is just saying while, we generate a position, and while that position we just generated is not too close to any of the other positions, then we're good. So okay. I'm going to need to kind of follow what I did here. We have to do let too close equal true, while too close is true. Oh yeah, then this code will get moved. The bubble instantiation, or the instantiation of bubble will get moved outside of our too close check here. But then we're gonna have another. Yeah, so all of this stays the same. Oh, so then we first do too close. It's false. And then we're gonna have, yeah, this check if bubble position is too close to other. It's too close to like the last five bubble positions. So sorry. Getting distracted here. All right, we want to, I think I can just copy this code pretty much over directly, but we need to just be checking instead of this. So this loop here is checking against all the bubbles in this bubbles array, but we only want to check against the last five, right? Because we said like these five should not collide at all. And then these five should not collide at all. But like 0 and 5 could technically be overlapping. But like these five should not collide. Because when you pop 0, when you pop the one bubble, the next bubble will appear. So like you'll see all 5 of these. You'll pop 0, bubble 5 will appear. You pop bubble 1, bubble 6 will appear. So then all these chunks of 5 should all never collide with each other, which would be pretty straightforward to do. So basically, the problem with our loop, we'll have to do, okay, so this loop is just looping over the entirety of the bubbles array and checking if each one doesn't collide. And we could do that, but the problem is that space for checking if a bubble doesn't collide would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually there just wouldn't be a spot for a bubble anymore to fit, so you just probably get stuck in this endless loop, you know? Like we want to have hundreds of bubbles, maybe potentially, you know, a marathon with hundreds of bubbles or whatever, and we can't just generate them all and make sure each one of them doesn't overlap. That just won't happen, because you'll fill out all the white space of the bubble. So as long as we kind of have just this little 5 bubble thing together, I think. So when we're generating bubble 5, we just check it against bubble 1, 2, 3, 4. So we would do yeah, I'm trying to think of how to do that, because now if we're generating bubble 0, we don't check it at all against any of the other bubbles, because there are no other bubbles. So you need to figure out how that little loop will go. So when we generate 0, it should try all this stuff. It should generate its position, check, and then this loop here should instantly just like try or whatever and just be successful. And then here we need to say only check index -1. Here only check current index -2, and then index -1. Here only check index -3. And up until yeah, that's kind of annoying to figure out, actually. I guess we could say if well, okay. Gotta get the algorithm stuff going here, which I feel like my brain isn't really in that gear right now. So we need to have a, okay, so checkpoint. I guess we'll say checkpoint interval. We'll make that a variable. So we'll go into config. And we'll have marathon. Oops. Checkpoint. Interval? Did I just say that? Checkpoint interval. 5. So every 5th bubble would be a checkpoint. And I don't know if this is exactly what we want, but we might as well just try it for right now. Because do we always want the maybe the checkpoints should be smaller, but maybe there should always be 5. Maybe checkpoints should be every 3, but there should always be 5 bubbles on the screen still. Like those might be kind of disconnected. But for right now, let's just do this. Let's just try it with the 5. Because as we try more of these little things, the details should kind of, when you play it and see it and feel it, it should be a little more, hopefully be a little more clear on which direction to move forward with. So our loop, I think we're going to need to have something where if, well, let's see if I'm on, if I'm on bubble 4. So it's like we're going to need to we're going to need like an if I is less than config dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. We're going to need to do one type of for loop. And then else we're going to have a different type of for loop. So like in this case, oh, no. What we should just do is check the current ID. So like if we're on bubble, So we're on bubble 2. So I is 2 from up here. Then we just check with the pat. We try to just decrease down and check all 5. Why didn't I think of this before? We just try to decrement down and compare against. We decrement down for as long as, you know, as long as we need to. Until, for as long as checkpoint interval is, right? So yeah, so we need like a for loop that says for let, I guess we'll use j equals 0. Well, I guess, okay. Well, J would have to equal the latest bubble ID actually, right? So -1. So it would equal, or I guess -2, because our first one would need to check against. Yes. So it would be bubbles. Oh, we're not in the, okay. It would just be -1 because we haven't pushed the latest bubble. The bubble that we're generating right now, we haven't pushed into the array yet. So the latest one in the array would be the one before it. So if we're on bubble 3, we're generating the coordinates for bubble 3. Bubble 2 will be the last one that's in the bubbles array. So J would just need to equal bubbles.length -1. And then while J is greater, okay, so we're going to be decrementing down. So let's just go up to 5, for example, just to walk through this. Okay, so J is going to have to be greater than bubbles.length minus, it'll have to be greater than bubbles.length minus config.marathon.checkpoint interval. Right? Because bubbles.length and then each one we do j minus equals 1. Let's bring this out a little more here. Okay. So let's go to 6 just to make it a little more clear. So J would equal bubbles.length minus 1. Actually, we can probably just use I again, because we do that in this one here. Anyway, so for our first loop in this case, we're generating positions for bubble 6. So we need to do j would equal bubbles.length minus 1. Bubbles.length would be 6 in this case, because we already would have 0. So this would be 1, 2, length of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So then j would start at 6. And then while j is greater than, which would be 5 minus 5. So it would be while it's greater than 0. That's almost right, but we want it greater than 1. We want that to come out to be greater than 1. J is greater than bubbles.length. I guess we just tack a +1 on there. Right? So bubbles.length is 5. Or sorry, it's 6 at the, oh no, wait a minute. It's 6 minus 5. So 6 minus 5 would be 1. So while it's greater than 1, we check inside. Actually, yeah, that's exactly what we want. All right. And I don't think I need to use j either, because then, all right, so this is good. And I can get rid of j. Actually, just use I again, because we don't need it. But this will break. This will break if we're on bubble 3, for example. So if we're on bubble 3, then I would equal bubbles.length minus 1. So bubbles.length would be 3 minus 1, so 2. So that's the first one we're starting with. That's right. So while I is greater than I is greater than bubbles.length minus 5. So in this case, it would be 3 minus 5, which would be -2, which we don't want, because then we would decrement all the way down to -2. So I guess we could do an or. We'd have to do a or I is greater than -1. And in theory, that should be exactly what we want. So now I think that will do it. And if we can just test it. Okay, we have cannot repose of undefined marathon.creator76 pose.x let pose. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. This is the one I want. This needs to get out of here. Now why can't it see pose? 69 pose. Oh, we might be hitting a bad index. Let's just CLG I. That's probably what we're doing here. I did something dumb. Yeah, -1. Okay. Oh, because on 0. Well, I needs to be greater than -1, doesn't it? Or did I not do my... Does this OR not evaluate properly here? I don't know why. What? All right, I'm having some brain difficulty here. Okay, so oh, wait a minute. I is greater than, I guess this should be an and. Right? I don't know why. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so the first round looks good. Right? No overlap. And then the very next one had some overlap. No overlap on those first 5. Nice. And then immediate overlap. That's funny. That's funny how that... So far, every single 5th one is like exactly overlap with the original. That's just like pure coincidence. That one didn't there. There we had like 7 or 6 without. Okay. Nice. So that should be awesome. Now we actually just need to get rid of the timer. So this little loop should be doing it. It's just going to be confusing and annoying to go back and read, but figure out exactly. And I'll make a little note. Check if bubble position is too close to other bubble positions within the checkpoint interval, which that might not even exist after a while. We'll see. We'll see where we get to. Well, I went into one infinite loop on stream. Actually, I haven't done a whole lot of loops in all these game dev streams yet. I did all those at other points in time. All right, but this, I believe, should be working beautifully. So we want to get rid of the timing part of it now. Like, we don't want all the bubbles to init immediately. Well, okay, so we'll init, actually, our marathon creator. Okay, so we push all our bubbles, and then init, we should init the first X bubbles within the checkpoint interval. Within the first checkpoint. Within the first checkpoint, right? So then, and we might even be able to do that in this loop, but yeah, well, I'll just leave it separate right now. Or we'll just say init the bubbles within the first checkpoint. So that would just be a for that I equals 0, I is less than config.marathon.checkpoint interval I plus equals 1. And then we are going to do bubbles I dot init. Yes, okay. So that should init those first 5 bubbles then. Bubbles 0 through 4. And then the rest can be initted on the fly by the marathon class object. The marathon object. So yeah, this should be fine. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. The colors I need to come back and address. Yes, but I won't worry about that just right at this second here. It'll probably make it unplayable with the colors, but that's okay for right now, I guess. So we don't want this timer anymore, bubble gen timer. We don't want the whole thing at all. So we'll just comment it out for now, because I might want something kind of like it in the future, I guess. All right, so now it's a matter of if okay. So here in this if statement right here, this is if the player popped the correct bubble. So what we want to do is, if the player pops the correct bubble, we want to then init the next bubble. So then this dot progress, so we still want that. The target bubble ID will move up to 1. And then we'll have like a little offset. So yeah, that would be like, then we would have this dot bubbles, just have init next bubble. So then we would have, it's not the next target bubble to not be confusing, but the next bubble in the thing, whatever. So then that would be this dot bubbles, this dot target bubble ID. No. Wait. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. This dot target bubble ID plus. Init next bubble. This bubbles. The target bubble ID. Okay, so if we're at 0, pop 0. We pop bubble 0. So in this case here, bubble 5 should then appear. So we see these 5 are on screen right now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We pop 0, bubble 5 should appear. So we need to, and we've got this checkpoint interval thing set up. So bubble 0 is popped. 0 plus 5 would be 5. And then when you pop, 3 plus 5 would be 8. So you pop 3, go up to 4. Okay, so this thing needs to go before we increment the target bubble ID. So this would be, it just feels a little weird like that, but whoops. So we're going to init the next, show the next, well, yeah, init the next bubble. So this dot bubbles target bubble ID plus config dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. That's what we want. And then we call dot init on that. So that will cause the bubble, the next bubble to start drawing. So that's pretty cool. Then we increment to the next target bubble, set the next indicator, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then if we go back, if we crash, we need to unhide those bubbles, which there might be some extra stuff involved with that. We'll see. And partially, one of the problems, I'm doing this init every time. Well, yeah, this thing's going to need to change because you're not going to really be able to re-init something twice. That's going to be bad, in fact. But we can at least just, for right now, test it and see. Okay, so we started with there we crashed. Okay. Okay, so that was kind of cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. This is annoying, but the tail's annoying. So that doesn't work. Oops. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. I'll have to fix that. It's fine for right now, though. Yep. Oh, that was the right one. Okay. Yeah, so I like the idea of not initting them until they're ready to be shown. And this dot init is over. Yeah, okay. Init. Okay. That's good. So I think everything should be good, but we need to hide the bubbles as well. And I need to see, do I have a parameter on drawable? Is that even a thing anymore? Visible, yeah, okay. Visible or hidden or something. I like visible. Well, okay. Yeah, that's... Well, it's not so much just making the visuals invisible or not, but we also want to ignore everything else. Like just if the drawable component of a bubble is just invisible, that's not good enough to, it's like it needs to be disabled kind of thing. This is kind of tricky because I don't want to init all like 100 bubbles, let's just say. You know, right now I just have 40 that will run through the whole marathon right now, but eventually there might be like 100 bubbles or 1,000 maybe. And all of those, when you do an init with an entity, that sets up all of its event listeners. So like so for the bubble, the event listeners for check traversal all go for the cursor drag starter, cursor drag move, cursor drag interp. So moved interp. So this check traversal method that would run for for all, if you had 1,000 bubbles, that would run for all of them. And basically it would check if there's a collision, like it would do, does a check hit to check if the cursor's inside of the circle or not. So like, I don't want that. I don't want all of those listeners all set up and listening until they like need to be listening. So I like the on-demand init. The on-demand, okay, so this is kind of what we're going to have to do. So we init the first 5 right off the bat, right? That happens inside of the marathon creator, actually. It inits the first 5, or n, whatever the interval rate is, right? So our interval is 5 in this case, but if it was 6, then it would init the first 6, right? And 0 is our first checkpoint. So we init the first 5, then none of these other ones are initted, right? This should go up to 40, right? Or, maybe it'll be 100 or 1,000 at some point in the future. But our first 5 get initted right away. Then so you pop 0 and then 5 should appear. So 5 needs to be initted. So then you'd have this many initted or initialized and running, right? And this one sets up its event listeners and everything on that pop event of this one, right? So this one pops, then this one gets set up and ready. So then you have 6 bubbles that are initialized and currently have listeners running and everything. Now, these ones need to all be available until you get to checkpoint 5. So then when you get to checkpoint, or when you pop 4 and you move to 5, you're at the checkpoint. All of these ones can go away because they're never coming back. So these ones could all get, so we could have like destruct last checkpoint or something. Boom, all of those bubbles from that checkpoint can get destructed, right? And at this point, once you're on 4, like 4 is the one you're trying to pop, you would see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Once you pop 4, you go up to 5. So you would see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then if you mess up, you only have to go back to 5. And then these ones could go away forever because there's no going back at that point, behind that. Oh, it's IPR exactly 1,000? Well, maybe. I mean, like, in this case here, 40 bubbles. I don't know. We'll see. Like 1,000, I think would run like a couple minutes, maybe. Like it would take you like a couple minutes to do that. So I mean, you're doing, I don't know, you're doing 5 bubbles every 3 seconds or so. Whatever ish. I mean, that would be kind of like my average time maybe on like the typical practice mode. Like I'd probably get around 3 seconds, pop 5 bubbles in 3 seconds before the next round. So I kind of did the math before, and I think I factored in whatever 1,000 would not be that bad. This one right now is set to 40 bubbles, 40 bubbles every 500 milliseconds. So that would be what did we say? That's 20 seconds then, right? 40 bubbles in 20 seconds. So 40 times 5 would be 200 bubbles in a minute. That's 200 bubbles in a minute. Is Aaron here? He was. I don't know if he was in the chat like a while back. I don't, yeah, when he's hopped on, he's only hopped on in the mornings because I think that's when otherwise he's like sleeping or something. So lazy dude, yeah, right. Actually, I don't know if he sleeps or what. I mean, he works third shift or whatever, so I don't know when he would, because I think he gets back and then he's like gets back at like 7:30 a.m. or something. So we would need to init bubbles as we go forward. So we init the first 5. You pop 0, 5, bubble 5 would get initted. So now we can see these next ones. Well, thanks for hanging out at least. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't know if you saw any of the other stuff, but I've gotten rid of the timing element now. So I'm trying to do kind of the more checkpoint scheme where, you'll start with like 5 bubbles. As soon as you pop the first bubble, the next bubble would appear. And then you pop 2 bubbles and then the next one would appear. Yeah, right? Partnership. And then they've got like affiliate before partnership, which is kind of like less strict requirements or whatever for it. So the thing I need to do now is the bubble. Oops. Okay. So the first 5 bubbles will get initialized immediately. When you pop bubble 0, bubble 5 will get initialized. And bubble 0 will just stay in its popped state, which is fine. But if you screw up, bubble 5 needs to disappear. And then I mean, that's how we'll do it for now. Bubble 5 will disappear. You'll go back. Bubble 0 will then reappear. It's like you start over at whatever checkpoint you were up to. So like if you made it up to, as you pop bubbles, so you pop 1, 2, 0, 1, and 2, that would mean you pop 0, 1, and 2, so you're on 3, you'd be up to 7. So you would still see 5 bubbles. You'll always see 5 bubbles on the screen. But if you mess up, you'll go back to checkpoint. You'll go back to whatever one bubble you were on in the checkpoint. And then any of the bubbles at the next checkpoint would disappear. Right? So you should always see 5 bubbles as kind of just like a distraction to give you like, not a distraction, but just to kind of, feel like you're always moving forward progressively. So there needs to be, basically, these 5 get initialized first. 5's not initialized yet, but you pop bubble 0. Yeah, a challenge, exactly. So when you pop 0, 5 becomes initialized. But if you mess up, 5 should still be initialized. So we go back down to just showing these. 5 should still be initialized, but it should disappear. And we don't want to do anything. So I don't know what I want to call that property. Maybe just disabled or something. But we need like a new this dot, and I don't want it to just necessarily be visible either. Waiting, maybe? This dot waiting? Let's just say disabled. Well, yeah, actually waiting equals false. Okay. I don't know how to even describe what I want to say for this in a comment here. Waiting. No, screw that. We're just going to call it visible. Visible equals true. Yeah. We'll start with it being true. Because when you initialize a bubble... Oops. All right, so let's pull up the game here quick. So what do we got here? So I need to fix the colors. Because now I don't know. The blue is the next one I'm supposed to hit, but I just hit 3 blues in a row. All right, that's swell. Okay, here we go. So now purple is the first one. So we go to purple, pop it. Now the green is the next one. There's 2 greens, so we don't know which one. And I need to fix. Got another one of those. I need to fix the colors. Man, maybe I should just do like a random. Who's running around on the stairs? Did you just hear something in the mic? Well, it's not me. I'm right here. Okay. Yeah, I know. And now I'm trying to figure out how I want. Yeah, because right now it just picks a random color every time. So like in the old way I did like this thing where, yeah, so in the old style, here, like there's like 6 different random colors you could pick. And then it just like picks a random one, and then there's like an array of the colors, and then it removes that one from that array. So then the rest of the colors are left in the array. So then when the next bubble gets generated, it picks one from the remaining colors, and then that color's now gone. But I just have like an array of 6 colors right now that are just like different enough, but these colors here. So in their RGB configuration, but maybe I should just generate like random RGB colors for each one. Yeah, let me just do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to drive myself crazy trying to... Like, that's not going to be a good solution. Just generating random, pure random colors is not going to be a very good solution because you'll get colors that are either too close or a bunch of colors that are too dark, too whatever. So that in and of itself is not a good solution, but at least temporarily, I think that might be okay. All right, so where I generate the colors... bubbles, bubble. Here, okay. So I'll just keep that. So for a new color, or we'll generate a new color. Colors, or whoops, what am I doing? Okay, so let's see. So our color should be. Does it takes an RGB, so I can do rand int 255. So we're just doing so we'll do a random red, random green, random blue color. It's not supposed to be a semicolon. Okay. So this will look ugly and not very good, but at least we should have some different, yeah, there we go. Now we have some like semi-different colors there. Will there be colorblind option? Yes, yeah, exactly, I do. I need a strict intentional color palette, yeah. I need to figure out some nice way to have some colors that look good. Yeah, because like this, there's no like nice theme, you know, like it's like two colors that are kind of pink, two ugly green, you know. What color is this even? But at least they're different. Now we're not going to have like this instant, and now we know this is our target, right? So we're trying to hit this guy first. So we pop him, and now we pop this guy. Yeah, at least this is playable now, right? So as we go, look at that. Not bad at all. This is actually something here. Wow, and this is... that was weird. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Oh, okay, so there's no checkpoint, so I messed up, and all of the bubbles came back. We started back at 0, and now we've got overlap and everything, and that's bad. But... yeah, so now we've just got this smattering of color. And yeah, see, this is the dumb thing. Even though you do random colors, look at how close these things come here. Well, some of them were right next to each other, too. It's like, man, for being random, you'd think my random color variations would be more random, but... yeah, like, what is this? I don't know. It's not that big a detail. Big a detail. Okay, nice. Yeah, so I took out the, because sometimes when you pop one, the next bubble that appears might be like right under your cursor. Oh, it was brown was the next one. Nice. Yeah, so this is reasonable. With no checkpoints, this is like the DayZ of simple games. Yeah, you're done. Yeah, you got to just keep going. You lose everything. You lose all your loot. I mean, that's also kind of an option too. Like, as long as it wasn't too hard, you could have a game where it's like you got to be perfect, otherwise, you know. That's a potential option. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, just screwing around with gameplay ideas and seeing what we get. But this is already a lot better. I just need... oh. Whoops. Oh, this green. Yeah, see, those two greens are too close. Yeah, so this is kind of cool. It feels a little, whoops. I'd like, okay, so well, I'd like to do, it right now it's just showing the next target bubble, but I'd like to show 3 at least. So kind of like the practice here shows 5. I'd like to just show 3. The next 3 bubbles. So let's fix, well, okay, first before I do that though, I need to fix. So right now, as I was saying before, like you initialize the first 5. You pop bubble 0, so 5 appears. So you're here. And then you need to, you know, it's like 0 has disappeared. It's popped in pop state, in a popped state. And then you, so if you screw up, 5 needs to like disappear again. Should it though? What if it didn't? What if 5 didn't disappear? So then it would get harder, because for one, that would be kind of confusing. So like as you go further along in the checkpoint, like the further along you go, and the more you mess up. So like these 5 are initially, let's set up the scenario. These 5 are initially visible. Right, it shouldn't disappear. The reason why I have it disappear is because I don't want overlapping bubbles. So I don't know if I don't think you were patched in, Zach, while I was doing this, but it's tricky generating the bubbles without overlapping, and I'm like a little worried about like how many bubbles you can overlap. So like there's a little algorithm that's basically tries just picking random points to generate the position for the bubble, right? And it checks if it's overlapping with an existing bubble. And the thing that worries me is like how many of these bubbles can we generate before, you know, the likelihood as you generate more bubbles, the likelihood of it generating a random spot that it'll fit in gets smaller and smaller, like the percentage goes down, right? So like I'm a little worried that you get to a point like where all of a sudden it just can't find a position for the bubble because there's like just too many bubbles, or like there's one little tiny spot where a bubble might fit, but it would just end up infinitely trying to like generate bubble positions. But I should at least try. So, okay, so let's run through the scenario again. So you start the game fresh, 5 bubbles appear. So these first 5 right now are generated, well, that will teach them not to mess up. Well, the problem is the game would just, like the code that is generating the code that's randomly picking the positions of the bubbles would just infinitely, you know, like if you add too many bubbles here in this white space for the given like sizes of these bubbles, eventually it would get to a spot where it couldn't find an opening to put a new bubble because it's just picking like random things, random X and Y positions. So it would like get to a point where it's like it couldn't find a spot, and then the code would just infinitely run, right? Which obviously we don't want. So with 5 bubbles, it doesn't happen, you know, just generating 5 bubbles here like this inside of this works. But like, you know, is there a point where like if I start generating 8 or something, is that going to be too much? So Well, okay, so because as the way the code is working right now is bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 check when we're generating the positions for each of these bubbles, it checks like as bubble 1 gets generated, it checks with bubble 0. As bubble 2 gets generated, it checks with bubble 1 and 0 that's not overlapping. Bubble 3, it checks down with those that it's not overlapping. Bubble 4 checks with those. Bubble 5 checks with those, or sorry, bubble 5 checks down to 1. Bubble 5 does not check if it's overlapping with 0, right? So we're only checking like if these 5 are overlapping, if these 5 are overlapping, if these 5 are overlapping. So that's why I was talking about the thing of like you generate 4, then technically bubble 5 could overlap with bubble 0 in like a really bad way, the way it's working right now. Can't you just have a rule that no bubbles within the last 10 or so order can't be within? Yes. So that's ultimately what I want to do. But the thing is, I'm just worried about like the limit of how many bubbles you could fit in here before like it couldn't find a new open spot for a bubble, if you know what I mean. Like maybe on bubble 9, like there's no more open like space for a bubble to really fit, or it's just a very specific little spot where it could fit, but it's just picking random numbers every time, and it just takes like a million iterations before it finally hits that spot, which would, you know, a million wouldn't be that bad, but you know, like a billion or something would be very slow. But I'm sitting here and complaining about it, but I should just try it and see. So let's do that. So these 5. So we should generate this checkpoint and its next checkpoint. Well, after you get past a checkpoint, isn't it irrelevant of the past positions? Yes, but if we don't want them, so like potentially, okay, so once you see these 4 first, you pop bubble 0, so bubble 5 will appear, right? So we're saying like, okay, then you pop bubble 1, so bubble 6 will appear. So you're seeing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if you screw up bubble 5 and 6, we don't want them to disappear. So you should then, but then 0 and 1 reappear because you have to go all the way back down to your nearest checkpoint. So now you have, you have these many bubbles. These many bubbles can't overlap, right? So technically, the current checkpoint and the next checkpoint, none of those bubbles can overlap. And then like same thing with this one, the current checkpoint and the next checkpoint, none of those bubbles can overlap. So like those 10, in this case, 10 bubbles, you know, and I could adjust the checkpoints too. Like I picked 5 kind of arbitrarily as being the checkpoint thing. So every 5 bubbles, you got a new checkpoint. But it could just be 4, or it could be 3. I don't know. And that's stuff I can play around with for sure. So, so the issue is that technically, like if you made it up to bubble 4, you would see all the way up to bubble 8, right? Did I do that right? No, wouldn't you see up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Why is that 1? Okay. No. Yeah. Wait. I'm confusing myself here. This 5, this 5, 4. Okay. Oh, right. That's fine. Okay. I'm just starting to confuse myself. I'm staring at this notepad for too long. All right, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I know what I need to do. Actually, I think I do need to talk about it some more because I need to at least say it out loud here. So, need more coffee. Yeah, actually, that sounds pretty good. Some half calf maybe. Well, I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours now. Whew. But I'm still feeling pretty strong here. All right. So I need to generate. So right now, let's look at that code that does that. Okay, so this little for loop here does the check. It checks with all the other bubbles. It checks with the bubbles that have already been generated, right? Or the last 5 bubbles in the checkpoint. But now we need to check within. Okay, so so as we generate bubbles, we need to. Okay, so the way it's checking right now is we generate bubble 0, and then that doesn't have any bubbles to check against, so that's okay. You check 1, or we get up to generate the position for bubble 1, it checks with 0. Check with 2, it checks with 1 and 0. Check with 3, checks 2, 1, 0. 4, checks down. You get to 5, and it also just checks 5 below, or 4 below, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get up to 6, it just checks with 1, 2, 3, 4. But we want these to actually check all the way down to the beginning of the last checkpoint, which would be, like in the case of 9, we'd want to go all the way down to 0 still. Because you could technically make, right? No. You'd only be able to see up to 8. It's like if you were up to 4, okay, so if you pop 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, or you pop through 3, you're on 4 now, you're trying to pop 4. You would see, if you're trying to pop 4, you'd see 5 on the map right now, all the way up to 8. So 8, as soon as you pop 5, then you're on checkpoint. You made it to a new checkpoint. These ones can go away forever. But if you're on 4, you see all the way up to 8. So that means 8 cannot collide. And if you mess up, so then if you mess up, you go all the way back to 0. But 8 should not disappear. So that means all the way up to 8, you should see all of these bubbles on the screen at once. So it needs to be. So that means this number would be 8. Right, exactly. Yes. You're right, Zach. Oh, my mouse died. Good thing the cable's right there. Okay. I'm glad it was just my mouse that my mouse died, not my computer crashed. All right. So it could have been that. So just trying to reassure you. Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm glad I at least explained it correctly now, or that you understood what I was saying. So 8 is okay, so it's always going to be the last. I'm just trying to think of what this number is. So we need to check back all the way from the last whole checkpoint. Okay, so this needs to be. I'm just trying to figure out what this number needs to be, like this number here, in order to be able to set that into my loop for checking back with. It needs to always, as we're generating 8, we need to check, or we make sure we're not colliding with 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Same thing with 9. If we're on 9. Oh, now wait a minute though. Wait a minute. No, if we're on 9, we only need to check back to 5. because there's no way 9 would ever get shown while we're still on this last checkpoint. There's still more I need to hash out here. So yeah, so 9 can never be shown while we're still on checkpoint, this checkpoint here, right? Like the max that could be shown is 5 ahead of whatever bubble you're on. So we could see when we're about to pop bubble 4, when we're trying to pop bubble 4, we'll see up to 8. We won't see 9 ever, because if we pop 4, then we move up to 5 as our target, and then we switch up to this. So only 8 needs to get checked all the way back to here. 9 gets checked back to the beginning of this checkpoint only. 10 gets checked all the way back. So then it like does the same thing. So like when you get to bubble 9, then that needs to be checked all the way up to 13. Bubble 13 then. Man, this is kind of... This is going to be a tricky little thing to figure out, because yeah, because like 13 would need to be checked all the way back to 5. But then when you hit 14, or sorry, then when you hit checkpoint 10, but only 14 would go back. So I need to just like figure out what the little algorithm will be that steps up in this way. So it's kind of like, because right now the condition to see if the loop ends is so we're iterating upwards. Or sorry, no, we're iterating down. Okay. Right, we're iterating down. We're decrementing here. So for whatever our current bubble ID is, so if we're trying to generate a position for bubble 4, if we're trying to generate a position for bubble 4, we need to check it against 3210. So we start with I, where I is set to bubbles at length -1. So that sets us to 3. So we start on 3, and then we check as long as I is greater than bubbles.length, which would be 4, minus our checkpoint interval, which would be 5, which is 5. I need to wrap my head around this. This is complicated. It's not really that complicated. I'm just an idiot. I might need to do it like... Oh, I know. Here's how it'll have to be. So the thing will be is if this thing minus the checkpoint, okay, so if the index that we're currently checking position of minus the checkpoint intervals thing, so in our case here, let's just punch our variables out here. What is this called? Checkpoint interval equals 5. So right, so that's what's specifying that 0 is a checkpoint, 5 is a checkpoint, 10 is a checkpoint, right? So if this was 3, then it would be 0 is a checkpoint, 3 is a checkpoint, 6 is a checkpoint, 9 is a checkpoint, right? It very well may get to that point, but for right now it's a 5. So this is the key thing we need to check, I think. So the way it's working is fine, but we need to see if Well, so if you, okay, so if we're generating a position for 8, for bubble 8, if 8 minus the checkpoint thing minus 5, our checkpoint interval, puts us down into the next checkpoint, then we must check all of the ones from the next checkpoint as well. That could be, okay. Because this, so this will get us, okay, right now, 8, when you generate, or when you're generating a position for 8, it will check all the way down to 4. Because it's going to decrement back through all the generated bubble positions. And as long as it's, as long as I, which would be the position, right? So this would be the first one we check against. So if we're generating a position for 8, let's check it against, we generate a position for 8, check if that position is valid, you know, not conflicting with 7, then check if it's not conflicting with 6, then 5, then 4. Then we need to check if this last one we checked is in the last checkpoint, then we need to also check with the entire last checkpoint. Because like once we hit 9, then 9 needs to be checked against 8, 7, 6, 5. But this last checkpoint is gone. We never can go back to it again. It's deleted. So we only need to check back this one. So yeah, like our loop is going to have to stop at 5 because it's going to automatically check via the loop I've already set up. We'll check back 5. So at 9 will check all the way to 5. But now it needs to see if it's in the same checkpoint, or if, okay, so if all the ones it checks against are in the same checkpoint as itself, then that's it. You don't check anymore because this checkpoint is deleted from history. That's not really what's happening, but we don't care about this checkpoint from a gameplay standpoint anymore. You can't go back. You're on this new checkpoint now from here on out. So once you hit 9, or once you hit pop bubble 4, you move to 5. 9 must check with that. But 9 does not need to know anything about, the position of 9 does not need to rely on these ones at all. So that's what I need to do. So wow. Now, I'm thinking of a really bad way to check this. Let's see here. Because right now my I feel like my for loop condition here is already kind of confusing. Because this is the condition to say, make sure you check back 5, check back however long the checkpoint interval is, check that many bubbles back. Or don't go below -1. So that's just a check for if you're on bubble 1. It can't check 5 checkpoints back, or it can't check 5 bubbles back, right? Because 0 is the first one, so you can't. The ID of the bubble you're checking has to be greater than -1. So that's like an extra little and check in there. But I need like some sort of or check in here to say if the bubble is greater. So if the ID of the last bubble you checked is still in, or if the ID of any bubble you check is inside the last checkpoint, then also check the whole last checkpoint. Puzzling indeed. I could do... All right, so I could do something fancy like modulo. But I'm trying to think of exactly how. That won't work. Well, something like that could work, but I feel like I'd have to do some extra dumb stuff to get to that. I need... Okay. Oh. Well, I don't really like doing... What in the world? I don't really like breaking out this big multi-line for... Oops. But I feel like I must. Okay. And can I make that a little more... Let's see. So gotta get that chair squeak fixed. So I need, like, our condition needs to say if I is in the last checkpoint, check if I gets to the last checkpoint, then check the whole last checkpoint as well. So there needs to be like a variable or something saying the current checkpoint or something. So what do I do to keep track of the checkpoints? Checkpoint 0, checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2. This divided by the bubble ID divided by the checkpoint interval, right? 0 divided by 5 would be 0. 5 divided by 5 would be 1. 10 divided by 5 would be 2. Nice. Okay. Maybe I could just wrap this check into like a function. I don't know. I gotta take a bathroom break though. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm thinking I could just have like a little function that's like check for collisions in checkpoint whatever. Checkpoint 0, checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2. Yeah, I did actually. Well, my bathroom is my bathroom is just like 15 feet away, so I'm practically sitting on the toilet now working on this. Yeah, right. Okay. So I could just have a function that's like check overlap, check bubble overlap with, and then like it would take the checkpoint ID or something. So I could have like a function, and then that way I can like wait a minute. Why don't I just have like a I could just have like a little function call. Okay, because this is saying if the ID of that bubble is, so we're looping as long as the I of our bubble is greater than bubbles.length minus config.marathon.checkpointinterval. So as long as as long as we're not below our checkpoint interval, which is great for if we want to just check bubbles against their, well, it's great for this. I want to check these 4. I want to check those 5. I want to check these 5 together. I want to check these 5 together, these 5 together, these 5 together. That's great, but we don't exactly want that. So we want, this should be the case. So greater than bubbles dot length minus. Okay, so bubbles, let's just run a scenario here where checking, so we have scenario 1, bubble 8, bubbles dot length equals would equal, at this point it would only equal, it would only have this many, so that would be 8 bubbles. And check point, okay, so there would always be 8, so as long as we're greater than 8 minus 3, which would be 5. Wait. Oh, no, sorry. 8 minus 5, which would be equal to 3. So we would check all the bubbles that it would be greater than 3. Oh, you know what? Oh. Why didn't I think of this before? Okay. So how do we determine if they're indifferent? All right, so I don't know why I didn't think of this before. I just need to figure out which checkpoint. So the last bubble to check is going to always be right here. Yeah, so let's put these all back in one line here. I know it's kind of long, but whatever. Whoops. So last bubble to check would start with this. But last bubble to check could change if last bubble to check is in is in the last checkpoint. So if the last bubble to check belongs to the last checkpoint. Well, it's not last bubble ID to check either. It's the bubble ID not to check, right? okay, so that would be 3. But if bubble ID not to check plus 1 is in the last. Okay, if bubble ID not to check plus 1, if the last bubble to check is in the previous checkpoint, check against the prev checkpoint. Check against the entire checkpoint. All right, so okay, so now that should be a simple little check. So current checkpoint would be equal, let's call it cur checkpoint would equal I mod dot marathon dot checkpoint interval. All right, so that would be, so if we're on 6, then that would be 1, and then we'd have to do I minus the mod, which would be 6 minus 1 would be 5, and then divided by that. Whoops. Okay, so that would be our current checkpoint, indexed as so 0, 1, 2, 3. I think that's good. Okay, so that, okay, we can do const current checkpoint. So that, okay, so that would be, we can move this up, I guess. So then bubble ID not to check. So he would, oh, no, that, okay. Zero based. Oops. Zero based ID of current checkpoint. Okay, so to oh, wait a minute. Yeah. We can just do const checkpoint bubble ID would equal cur checkpoint bubble ID. Cur checkpoint bubble ID would equal this. Right, because 8, 1 minus, yeah, this would be like the easiest way. Okay, so 1, all right, don't, let's see, zero based ID, okay, that belongs down here. This would be the bubble ID, the first bubble ID of the checkpoint of the current current checkpoint, I guess. We figured that out before. Okay, so that would be, so if we're 8, if our I is 8, we do I mod 5, which would be 3, which would be 8 minus 3 would be 5. So then that would be the ID. Yes, that would be the current checkpoint bubble ID. That would be 5. And then 5 divided by, in this case, 5 would be 1. So our current checkpoint would be 1. So let's say this was 4. We'd have the same thing. So 4 mod 5 would be 4. 4 minus 4 would be 0, which would also happens to be, now wait a minute, 0 divided by 5. Yes, okay. So that's good. So now all we need to check then is if okay, so bubble ID not to check is that. But if okay. If the last bubble to check is in the previous checkpoint. Okay, so to check if that last bubble is in the previous checkpoint, then bubble ID not to check plus 1 is, okay, so that's, let me look at our little thing here. Okay, so we're on 8. The previous ID not to check is 3, so we check if it's 4. So then we just check if bubble ID not to check plus 1 is less than current checkpoint bubble ID. So if that's less than, okay. If the last bubble to check is in the previous checkpoint, check against the entire, check for overlap. Okay. If bubble ID not to check plus 1, okay, then bubble ID not to check would equal, oh boy. Bubble ID not to check would be bubble cur checkpoint would equal the bubble ID of the previous checkpoint minus 1. So that would be cur checkpoint minus 1 Oh, all of this should actually get calculated up and out of here. Because otherwise, yeah. Because this stuff does not change. If the last bubble to check is in the previous checkpoint, check for overlap against the entire previous checkpoint. This is tricky. Sorry, I'm just deep in thought here. So we figure out our bubble ID not to check should always be equal to the length minus the checkpoint interval. So that would always be, in the case of a checkpoint interval of 5, we'll always be checking back 5 bubbles. So if we're calculating a new position for bubble 5, we'll check for collisions against bubbles 4, 3, 2, 1. If we're on 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. But if we're checking against any bubbles from one checkpoint into another, we need to check against that entire previous checkpoint, because there's potential that if we make it up to bubble 4, we should be seeing bubble 8, but we haven't made it up to, we haven't popped bubble 4 yet, so we are not up to the next checkpoint yet, and therefore We're on 4, so we should see 5. We should always, these bubbles are, we don't see them anymore. We see all the way up to 8. But if we screw up, if we mess up, we have to go all the way back down to this checkpoint, bubble 0. But bubble 8 should still be showing on the screen. So bubble 8 has to not have any sort of overlap with all the way back to bubble 0. Because right now, oh, it's broken. So we're almost there. We're like so close. So the loop to check, to go back and figure out. So basically this thing gets calculated how many bubbles back we need to check against. So if we're generating, when we are generating the position for bubble 8, we need to check all the way back to bubble 0. But if we're checking the position for bubble 9, we only need to check back to position 5 or bubble 5. Because we've gone to our next, at this point we pop bubble 4, so we go to 5. We're on the new checkpoint now, so we're ready to try to pop bubble 5. At this point we can see all the way up to bubble 9, but now that we're on checkpoint 5, all of these old ones are gone. We don't need to worry about them at all anymore. So 9 never has to care about position relative, 9 never has to care about any position other than down to 5, checking against positions other than down to 5. All right. All right. So we're almost there. So if bubble to check is in the previous, if the last bubble to check is in the previous checkpoint, then we need to check all the way back to the beginning of the previous checkpoint. So previous checkpoint would be equal to we need the bubble ID of the previous, this bubble, the first bubble ID of the previous checkpoint is what we would need now. So that would be bubble ID not to check. Would be that thing. Yeah, yes, okay. -1 on the end. This is still just kind of confusing, and I know if I have to go back and look at this later, it's just going to be kind of a nightmare. Okay. So this thing, I don't know why it says cur checkpoint. It needs to be I minus I, but would be bubble I. Okay, wait. It would be bubble ID not to check plus 1. Okay, so it would be we'll call this last bubble ID to check equal bubble ID not to check plus 1. And then maybe we can just do is this in an infinite loop right now? I think it might be. Yes, it was. Okay. Bubble ID not to check plus 1. Curve blah 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 blah. Bubble ID not to check. Okay, let's do this instead. Do a plus 1 on that. So this would just be called last bubble ID to check. Let's just get rid of that. Last bubble ID to check. And then, so that way, in our for loop here, we're going to be doing greater than, I is greater than or equal to, and this would be I is greater than or equal to 0. That always needs to be in there. So last bubble ID to check would then be, okay. Whoops. Last bubble ID to check is less than current checkpoint bubble ID. So last bubble ID to check would then get changed to the bubble ID of the previous checkpoint. So we would just simply do, oh, not minus 1 anymore. So then we would just do last bubble ID to check minus last bubble ID to check mod config.marathon.checkpoint interval. Okay. In theory, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so I'm going to close everything up here in a second. But before I do, that's working pretty nicely now. I want to, before I do that, I want to just see if how quickly it would be to reset. Yeah. Yeah. So if you crash, only go back to the most recent checkpoint. Or destruct. Okay, so if you go to the next checkpoint, destruct those other bubbles. So if you pop a bubble, oof, now I can't even think. Well, maybe I should just call it quits. Leave that for tomorrow. It's been almost 6.5 hours of streaming. Holy cow. All right. So I'm going to sign off. That's crazy. I think I got it working, Zach. Just, it needs to, so right now, whoops, that was wrong. So right now, oh boy. Full-time stream, yeah, right. So right now it's working. I just need to fix the actual checkpointing part now. That'll be my task for tomorrow. So I'll hop on tomorrow. I will fix the actual checkpoint because right now it just reset us back to 0. But the bubble thing should be working great now. So like if we go all the way up to, let's just test it. We go all the way up to, so if I pop 1, 2, 3, 4 bubbles. Yeah, if I pop 4 bubbles and then release, we should have right? If I pop 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then release. There we go. We go back. You have to start over again. The next bubble I would have popped would have put us into the next checkpoint. But now you have to start over again and none of the bubbles collide. Boom, 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 boom. Just perfect. So that's exactly what we want. So if you screwed up after popping 4 bubbles, you go back to the beginning. But as you pop this one, as you pop 0, 5 appears as you pop 1, 6 appears as you pop 2, 7 appears as you pop 3, and then 8 appears. So now we've got, you know, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bubbles on the screen. And it's perfect. So here we got the 9 bubbles, just like we were saying. So if you had popped 1 more, you would have went up to the next checkpoint. But since you didn't get to the next checkpoint, boom, you got to start all the way back here with all these bubbles. So, yes. So that'll be my deal for tomorrow, is actually getting that part working. And that'll be actually pretty simple compared to what I just had to do to get all this stuff working. So, yeah, actually, I'm going to save this little text file thing and just keep that around for tomorrow, because that's actually been really handy to count all these little things. All right, well, everything looks good for now. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. That's a long time. So I think I'm going to call it quits, but I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. And we're getting there. We're getting there with a whole new game mode. Already pretty good with this thing. Let me just play like the practice here for a little bit. Enjoy the work from today. Now, the only thing is, whoops. Oh, I messed up. Yeah, so that's a problem. And we have to refresh. I have to fix add a quit button in there. So that's cool. The other thing to add tomorrow will also be having more than just one target bubble here. So like just having one color red there or whatever. Yeah, I really need to. It's like I know this is my target bubble to hit, but it'd be nice to have, you know, the next two or something right here. So I know what's coming up second, and I could kind of prioritize and move fast, you know. And some of these, I'll leave the colors for now, but it's kind of ridiculous how these colors are completely random, but they somehow decide to always end up so close to one another. It's kind of outrageous. But yes, this is like these ones are also, well, that one's kind of dark, but these ones are so close. All right. Hey, I think I won there. Didn't I? No, I probably hit the wrong one. Yeah. I'm not that good. Can't be that good at your own game. Okay. So I'm signing off. Yeah, nope. All right, so I'm out of here. We'll be back here tomorrow. 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time ish, maybe earlier. All right. Later. Adios for now. We'll see ya.